Howdy, everybody. Welcome to episode 190. My goodness, a number ending in a 5 or a 0. Ooh, the significance. Yes, episode 190 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known across the internet and potentially around the world. As look out, sir. My name's Dan, and I'm introducing this episode 190 with the assistance of my good pal, Phil. How you doing, mate?
I am fresh from having fully painted 2,000 points of Thunder Warriors in like 2 months. So 1, I am joyous, but 2, I'm quite tired and fed up with painting. But beyond that, I'm good. I'm good, Dan. How are you?
I'm all right, mate. I have accomplished nothing of great significance in that time either. But, at the end of the day, mate, I'm very happy for you that you have finally, after a very long time, been able to actually output something. And I look forward to whatever it is that you plan to do next. It would be an interesting, wild rumpus for all of us, I imagine.
I'm sure it will be. I'm sure. Once I figure out myself what I'll be doing.
Absolutely. A wild rumpus, perchance, like the contents of episode 190, which are what, Phil?
Well, kicking it off from a somewhat overdue even Codex review. We're talking about Codex Imperial Agents. It's finally here for us to maybe moan about, maybe compliment. We shall see. And then with a little sprinkle of extra 40k on top, we're going to be talking about my time at the secret club called No Retreat, where I took my Thunder Warriors to, and I got to play 5 games of Warhammer 40k with them. And you can come on a journey with me to see how well or bad I did.
Indeed. But before any of that, we have, of course, a 5-star review.
Well, howdy, partner. These boys keep joshing us about with all their chitter-chatter about little plastic figurines. They've asked me to do this jingle for them. I don't know what they're talking about half the time. But anyway, now it's time for that 5-star review. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the show. And let's all pray that it doesn't go on as long as it did last week. Yeehaw!
On this occasion, Phil, where do you imagine I have chosen the 5-star review from?
Oh, I'm just going to say Facebook because I felt like we had a backlog to get through.
I thought we had a backlog too, and now I'm not so sure. It's a weird one where I am unaware. I think my overriding, or rather my ongoing efforts to try and, better maintain the Facebook review section have gone relatively poorly because I'm not sure which of these we have or have not done. For example, bearing in mind, well done, congratulations, Phil. You 100% correct. We're doing Facebook today.
Oh my God! I like how you tried to brush that under the carpet, because that happens maybe once a year where I get it correct.
That's it.
I'm statistically, on average, should have guessed it accurately more often. I'm sure.
I can't help but feel. I can't help but feel that I may have made an effort to tell you that we were doing Facebook again after we used Facebook last time. On account of what you just said. But it doesn't matter.
Lies.
Lies, absolutely. All lies. But today's 5-star review comes by way of potentially 2 people. I'm going to do 2 people because one of them is the first Facebook review that we ever got that I don't think we've ever featured here. But maybe we have. And as a result, I figured may as well throw them into the mix. And then I'm going to do the one that I feel is most recent. So we have 2 5-star reviews, one by way of Scott and the other by way of Mikael. So there you go, 2 5-star reviews for the price of 1.
Amazing. I like how we're doing a pincer movement, a 2-pronged attack with start at the end and the beginning and meet in the middle, like the movie Tenants.
I thought you were going to go with the, Zulu reference where it was like the bull, wasn't it? Draw you in the middle. That was the whole Zulu thing.
Yes. No, it was. Classic movie.
Fixed bayonets, etc.
Exactly. That's where it comes from.
That's where it comes from. If you would like to be like these 2 wonderful examples of humanity, you need only leave us a 5-star review where 5-star reviews can be left. And you could one day feature here in the 5-star review segment. And we encourage you to do so because it's obviously lovely for you to hear us read out your reviews and say nice things about you. But it's extra amazing for us and the ongoing algorithms and things that support the discoverability of this podcast to get those 5-star reviews because it makes us look like we're quite good at what we do, doesn't it, Phil?
I mean, that's the intention, at least.
Absolutely. What else could they do, Phil?
Oh, well, you can, if you're on YouTube, for example, you could leave a like or a comment.
No, none of that, for goodness sake. You're supposed to plug the Patreon.
Oh, the big money stuff, right. Yes, if you would like to support us big time with your huge lots of cash money, as they say, you could support us on Patreon for as little as you want. I think you could go as $1 or £1. I think that's the bare minimum. If you do 3, I think that's the default average of £3, that is. But, you can go higher if you so choose as well. And in doing so, you get access to a bunch of exclusive content, most of which was done not this year because we've been pretty rubbish at maintaining our extra features for Patreon because we've had very busy lives this year. One, me painting my Thunder Warriors, Dan just, living it up large post-COVID because he's got lots of social engagements, as a man of his stature and reputation well deserves. But maybe next year, we'll have a little meeting and we'll sort out some better stuff going on and be a bit more proactive in that. You can also buy...
We always say it, but we never deliver on it. The point is that, at the end of the day, we don't expect it, but if you would like to support the podcast, it really means the world to us. So do just...
Yes, it helps us afford the codexes that we are reviewing in this episode. So,
Absolutely.
It keeps the lights on, so to speak, and we basically make no profit out of it. We pretty much break even every year, it seems. That's great that we're managing to do that and we're not in debt, which is much greatly appreciated by my wallet.
Exactly.
That's it. You can also buy some merch. We have T-shirts on offer. Again, no new designs because I've just been too busy. It mostly goes to support Lee. We get a tiny bit of money from each T-shirt made, but I'm sure him and his family appreciates the income that he gets from that. And you also get to support and proudly wear our T-shirt. I saw Toke at No Retreat wearing both a black Lookout Sir T-shirt and I think it was a black In a Crow's Manor T-shirt. I was greatly impressed with his double repping of our T-shirt. So, high fives to him.
Forever grateful to great humans like Toke and their blind loyalty to Lookout Sir. God bless them. So anyway, we've got 2 5-star reviews. So the first comes by way of Scott. Phil, could you imagine, given that this is one of the very first 5-star reviews we have on all of Facebook, what year this review was left?
I'm going to say like 2018, maybe 2017.
No, apparently the first review left on our Facebook was in 2019, March of 2019.
I was kind of close.
I think we were quite slow on creating the Facebook page, though, I think, to our defence.
I don't think it came straight away. Because we've been doing this 6 years, right? So...
Yeah, we started in 2018.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so realistically, not too bad. I think we started, was it April, May, or June of 2018? One or the other.
It was...
June, I think.
Yeah, I assume it was just prior to the new edition coming out.
Anyway, no, it was after the new edition. We were smack bang in 8th edition when we started.
Okay, all right, that was
back in those heady days when the game was grand, or at least that's what the general propaganda is that you're supposed to spout now. 8th was perfect. Do not speak ill of it. Yes. So anyway, this review, not that it's really relevant to today's programming. We don't even have a third presenter anymore, but all the same, they were saying great fun and banter that touches on every aspect of the hobby. 5 stars. So that was via Scott from all the way back, more than 5 years ago, that, Phil. That's 5 years and a few months. So thank you so much, Scott. We hope you're still listening, and we hope that you still find the whole thing to be great fun and banter. Really appreciate you. Cheers very much. And to elaborate on that a little bit more, remembering that we have another one to do, here is Phil.
Well, thank you, Scott. Let it be said that we fulfill our promise and obligations to read out our reviews going back all the way so many years ago. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And as Dan said, hope you're still a listener, because otherwise this is all for nothing. On with the next one.
Indeed. And one of the more recent Facebook reviews comes by way of Mikael, again, surname withheld, and they have said, one of the best hobby pods, and they said that, Phil, with an exclamation mark, thus adding to the seriousness of the statement. Started following good old Dan and Phil talking about Warhammer some time ago. I tried out a bunch of Warhammer podcasts with all kinds of focus areas, but LOS, that being Lookout Sir, is the only one I've stuck with. Lovely format and good balance between gaming, lore, and general hobby focus. Started following when they were strictly a 40k pod, but the addition of AOS these last couple of years have been a welcome and refreshing change. Great for anyone who loves all things GW besides the prices. Do we love the prices, Phil? I don't know if we do, really, do we?
No,
not a fan of those prices. Even if I never really play any of the games and I just build and paint different armies, their passion for playing and reports from different events always leaves me inspired to finally start rolling some dice again myself. 5 stars, hands down, even if they always end the episode with some atrocious music.
Well, that's squarely all on you, Dan. I don't know why you keep doing it.
Well, some people say they like it.
I know, but they're just probably just being nice.
No, I don't know. At the end of the day, we're going to keep on doing it. We say goodbye. You can call it there. At the end of the day, that is quite a a selfish endeavour, I suppose, in that regard. But then all of this is really, Phil. I mean, let's not be ridiculous. Anyway, you never guess what he's also done, Phil.
Oh, is it an Instagram review?
Yeah, it's an Instagram. I didn't know that was in there, so there's going to be another segment in this podcast where we talk about Mike's _mini workshop on their Instagram, so you can check that out. Timestamps below. But thank you, Mikael. You are a scholar and a saint, and I actually really appreciate your very well crafted, well written, and ultimately very heartfelt review. Even if you don't like the atrocious music that they put at the end of the pod, clearly it's not for you. But maybe, hopefully, one of these days you might enjoy even just a little bit of something that we put there, or not. In which case, I won't apologise, but I will acknowledge your note and swiftly ignore it. What do you reckon, Phil?
Well done. Thank you, Mikael. I'm glad you're a hobbyist, even if you're not a gamer. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Maybe one day you will be encouraged to pick up some dice after this episode, maybe, because we are talking about another sort of tournament/event that I attended, at least. So maybe that will inspire you if you haven't been inspired already. Playing the game can be fun, despite us often moaning about the current edition. It's still fun because you just hang out with friends, if you are actually hanging out with friends. So glad you enjoyed that. Hit the nail on the head. The end music is not on brand. I constantly, tell Dan off for it, but he edits the podcast and I don't, so I have no power over him. He can do what he wants. He can, make me say all sorts of things. I bet if he used, AI, can change my voice to be like, Dan's the best. See, I don't know what I just said then. Who knows? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And we'll check out your Instagram shortly.
Well, not shortly. We will do it shortly, but for the listeners, it'll be at the end.
At the end, yeah.
And we'll link it in the description below, so if you want to check it out for yourself and support a fellow listener, we encourage you to do so. But until then, or whatever, it's now transitional noise. In so many ways, Codex Imperial agents should be me and Phil's jam. Anyone who's listened to Lookout Sir should hopefully be aware that myself and Phil are great advocates, supporters of the Imperium at large, and feel like it needs to be better represented within the rules and better represented on the tabletop. Codex Surf is something that we have said, or more particularly Phil has said, consistently over the years. And in many ways, Imperial Agents represents a lot of great possibilities, a lot of wonderful, hopeful, and excitable moments. But for whatever reason, fails, in my opinion, to stick the landing. And I appreciate that's kind of the outro at the start, but I thought I'd try a bit where I kind of give you a general synopsis of where I'm kind of at with this thing. But Phil, Imperial Agents, talk me through it. Were you excited when this thing became reality?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, the core concepts of it, that you can run it with whatever Imperial army you actually own, and you can just throw in a sprinkling of Imperial agents that have been gathering dust on the shelf over time from various kill teams and Blackstone Fortress and, the Death Watch and Grey Knights and Sisters. All of that stuff has sort of, well, some of it has always had a home, but this is the sort of definitive home where it can be used in your other armies, which is great. Obviously, the only exception is the Imperial Knights aren't in here because that's a separate thing, obviously. But you can also now run Imperial Agents as its own faction as well. So there are two ways to play this book. One is arguably a lot better than the other, I think. So yes, very hyped for the possibilities that it would give me.
I think the thing that really needs to be acknowledged from the outset with this book is that it wasn't given the best start in life, because upon announcement and upon kind of early speculation around it, it is another book associated with loss and associated with very mediocre miniatures. So it has to be said from the outset that as interesting as this is conceptually, it is definitely outweighed by the loss of the established Death Watch army format that has been essentially prevalent within Warhammer 40,000 since 7th edition. Death Watch and the kill team mechanics that they utilize have been prevalent within the game now for a very considerable length of time, nearly 10 years. So there are a lot of really amazing hobbyists and players and painters who have created extraordinarily beautiful Death Watch armies over the years. And to be fair, there are people who maybe haven't accomplished the same levels of hobby finesse, but nonetheless loved and appreciated the tactical flexibility and gameplay possibilities that Death Watch afforded them, who have all essentially, as a result of the release of this book, been met with disappointment as the armies that they've kind of built and played over the last maybe 6, 7, 8, 9 years are essentially now neutered or broadly removed from the game, because no longer are you able to support those kill team mechanics. The only Death Watch specific units that now are available are the Firstborn units that were released towards the end of 7th edition. Yes, they brought back Captain Artemis, which is, lovely, I suppose, that he got to return. But at the same time, it's kind of bittersweet, I would say. And I think you have to acknowledge that removing the Death Watch definitely didn't get this thing off to the best start, right?
No, that's completely true, especially if you're a hardcore Death Watch fan. I even got the first Codex when it came out. I bought the box Death Mask, I want to say, that had the veterans in. I got Captain Artemis, so I've still got it from when he first came out. Never got the Watchmaster because I wasn't a huge fan of the sculpt, but I probably will still pick it up at some point. Not just did Death Watch lose out, so did Inquisition to an extent, because they had access to a lot of rules that they have now been subsumed into the Inquisitorial Agents warband. So you don't get the Chikero anymore, which were basically the science monkeys that they could take. You don't get the Demon Host anymore, which is huge, because that was like one of the biggest things, to me, the coolest aspect of the Inquisition. And you also don't get access to Inquisitor Eisenhorn, who was probably the most famous of all the Inquisitors, basically. So yeah, as an Inquisitor player who kitbashed my own Demon Host, planned to kitbash my own Eisenhorn, and had plans to kitbash Jakero, It's a bit frustrating as an Inquisition player that all of those things have now gone, and I think some of the flavour has also gone, and the customization that they could, noting that they had access to units in previous editions that have also gone, like Death Korps Assassins, the Crusader squads that have just now disappeared from all the codexes, because they used to be in Guard and Sisters as well, and they've all gone as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I sort of understand it. You know, you're getting things like the Navy breaches, the RBTs, the Star Striders. You've got it's a place for those models to now live, which, you know, don't necessarily fit 100% under that Inquisitorial Agents banner under the theme of Inquisition, but sort of works, because it's basically rogue traders and Inquisition is like the main theme that holds this book together. And as part of the Inquisition, you have your free orders, which is basically, you know, the military wing of that is Sisters, Grey Knights, Death Watch.
Yeah, 100%. And like, you know, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I loved the 8th edition and 9th edition Inquisitor rules as they were introduced. I loved the flavour of it. I love what they added to the armies. You know, if you go back, should you wish to, and listen to what we had to say about those older kind of like even like White Dwarf rules for Inquisition and everything.
And Assassins and stuff was actually really good at certain points, because
there was so much flavour.
Each assassin got like 4 strats that they could use, and that was from the White Dwarf rules. So yeah, there's been times when they've had a lot more love given to them, and then this time potentially a bit less.
Yeah. And to top it all off, the Cotiers model is utterly awful. Like, why they even bothered replacing that sculpt, I have no idea. It's like, you know, oh, here's our new version of it. It's like, why waste your time? It's terrible. So, yeah, like, you know, this is the thing, right? Like, it feels phoned in, it feels negative, and it feels ultimately, you know, too little for what this potentially represents. I think, you know, ultimately this is a glorified allies book, and I think it really fails to come up with interesting ways of representing the kind of overall kind of position of office and presence and power of the Inquisition on the battlefield, especially within an ally capacity. I just think it's a real hodgepodge. And if I can say so as well, the overemphasis in the combat patrols and other things on the Arbites kits is quite remarkable. Like, I understand that, you know, Arbites have been very popular, RBTs have been very popular in terms of their time in 9th edition because they've been cheap, durable units that are good in competitive play. But it is starting to feel like, to me, it doesn't feel like the forces of the Inquisition would be the police force. You know, like RBTs to me feel like a, you know, planetary defense or, you know, a law enforcement entity that would be situated to a specific part or a specific world. I feel like the Inquisition marching to war probably wouldn't be using the local bobbies in the sense of
that is unfortunately where you're wrong, Dan.
I just say it just feels weird. But
I think it was when because I think we talked about it years ago when the Enforcers for Necromunda came out. Because I was like, back then, I thought the RBTs was the police force on the planet, but they're not. They are based on a planet, but they often deal with policing the whole system, and by policing, they're really dealing with sort of the planetary governors, the corruption at that level, making sure the tithe is enforced. They actually appear in the tithe animation on Warhammer Plus, where they are basically escorting the Psychers that, along with like Sisters of Silence, to be detithed to the ship, basically. So they're involved in that sort of more top level stuff. So I would see it as, you know, if you have your local Bobby for example. These are like the specialist international agents, maybe, that are going around a bit. They're not just your local national police force. They're more like an international police force, I guess.
But even then, it still feels like, innately, I'm just like, I don't know. I just feel like the way it has been up to this point, and admittedly, I'm not crazy enough to suggest, because I've gone back and I've read through the old Demon Hunter books, the old Grey Knight book where the Inquisition were quite heavily featured from like 5th edition, read the Agents of Imperium books from 7th, and I wanted to get a flavour for what was kind of present, and they've always been a bit of a kind of melting pot of available miniatures. So I'm not suggesting that I don't get why they're in there. It's just the fact that, to me, I'm like, I'd like, what I would love to have seen, like just to say it from the outset from this book or from this release, is a more meaningful effort to build a kind of fit for purpose, like baseline troop. I know they've got the henchmen, but that henchman kit is very kill team orientated.
Yes.
And quite, varied.
I think they needed a generic like Scion or Stormtrooper, whether that's Kazakin, because historically in people doing animations in the novels, for example, you always assume that basically the main military force that probably an Inquisitor is going to rock with them is like a specialist Stormtrooper squad. With like hotshot volley guns. So they're like a bit more above the standard Imperial Guardsmen, but they're probably using Imperial Guardsmen for like your generic whatever mission they might be doing. And I think maybe they're using RBTs as that, more filling in that role, but you do have Scions, you do have Kazakins, they could have potentially thrown them into this mix to be a bit more of a generic baseline troop, especially if you want to run this as an army. I think that would have been quite good. I think but then the more you think about it, the more they could have done loads of really cool and interesting stuff in this. Like I've been reading Nemesis for Horus Heresy, and I think in that it's like a execution force of like 6 different clades of assassins, and obviously we've only got 4 in the 40k edition. So it's like it'd have been cool to have been given a new assassin. It'd have been cool to have got things like the demon host and stuff, and like proper sort of Inquisition stuff come out. It would have been cool to have just a really cool generic customizable Inquisitor. There's loads you can sort of wish list and ask for, and obviously a sort of Stormtrooper squad that you can paint up in like cool black armor or something would also fit in really well with that, to make this a bit more of a functional army in its own right. And as you said, I think you've hit the nail on the head, it's a bit more of it's just a patchwork of stuff for you to add into your existing army more so than anything else.
Yeah, and I suppose in that respect it does excel in that sense, because it gives you a huge amount of options that you can add into your armies and kind of bring them to life. Mechanically, I find the system that they've introduced around like the Death Watch interesting, because essentially within this you've obviously got Order Xenos, alien hunters, and they are the alien hunters, the Death Watch, as it were. So if you wanted to try and utilize this, you've got the detachment rule that at the start of your command phase, that one of these mission tactics, and then Death Watch units from your army can use those battle tactics. But the thing is like, as far as I'm aware, you're not going to be able to take this detachment and then ally other Space Marine units into it. And even if you did, those Space Marine units wouldn't have the Death Watch keyword as it is intended in this instance. So ultimately, you can't take a Death Watch army unless the only units you take are Death Watch veterans, Corvus Black Stars, and Watchmasters. Okay, fair enough. You can still sprinkle in some Grey Knights, and you can still sprinkle in whatever, but really everything in this detachment wants to be Death Watch, but they've done nothing to kind of facilitate that. And then similarly, if you take a regular Space Marine army, paint it all up in Death Watch colours, and put 1 or 2 Death Watch ally units in, admittedly you'd only be able to get 1 in, because you'd get basically, in a standard Space Marine army, 1 Corvus Black Star, 1 Watchmaster, 1 veteran squad, and that would be your allied.
No, it would be slightly more. Well, should we actually go through the rules so people understand what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'd say so, buddy. I think all I was going to say though is like that's the thing that's interesting about it is like, and again, similarly with the stuff they do in like the Grey Knight stuff, it's weird that there's only Terminators. And same with Sisters, but I get it, right? Like the idea is don't go crazy. Like this is the thing. It's sort of, yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of things you want to try and do with this, and there's a lot of flavor and a lot of ideas you might have. But it's very difficult to put it all together. And when you start trying to build an army with just this book, it just doesn't work. It's like literally like, have you tried to build 2,000 points with this thing?
No, I haven't tried it yet. I've thought about using stuff as an addition. So the mechanics, I think, for adding units into an existing army, I think are really interesting and should work. But I think the choices based on the keywords they've provided make it not work, and that just needs refinement. And we go a bit more into it because I'll talk about the battle boxes that they've released alongside this. Because they also don't really work as what I would assume intended. Let's briefly, before we talk about the rules, just go Codex cover, amazing, really old artwork of Cotiez, which is ironic because obviously he's the new model that's got a rather terrible sculpt. But yeah, really appreciate the nod to the classic artwork, and it's phenomenal. I sort of wish more artwork was to this sort of level and detail.
Yeah, mate, at the end of the day, it's a classic piece of... Was it 3rd or 4th edition?
Not entirely sure.
I feel like it was 3rd edition. I think it was very late 3rd edition that Demon Hunters came out because they had the black border with the black Warhammer 40,000 logo.
There's also really, like, the layout in the book is actually really interesting. There's a really cool sort of chart of the hierarchical chart of, you know, where the Inquisition sits alongside, you know, the Emperor and the High Lords and stuff like that. And there's some really phenomenal new artwork in the book. There's like literally a whole page dedicated to each of the assassins, and the sort of the detail art around all of that is really good. I actually think visually, in terms of like the lore section, one of the most visually interesting codexes that we've had in recent editions. And I know maybe it was in the outro, can't remember at what point, but we did complain that mostly they're blocks of text and quite uninspiring. And this actually breaks that mold. It makes it really cool and interesting to read that lore section.
Oh, I totally agree. I think as a presentation, this is definitely one of the better ones. Potentially overall one of the best ones. I think lots of great artwork, lots of good narrative, lots of really bold and interesting design decisions. They have got the occasional big chunks of text in place, but not nearly to the same extent as we've seen represented in some other books. And in the instances where there are big chunks of text, they have at least tried to add visual interest to kind of break that up, which is really good. But you do still get the occasional spread like that, don't you, on pages 34 and 35, where you do just get sort of assaulted by lots and lots of words. But you know, at the end of the day, they've got a lot of stuff that they want to convey, and the Inquisition has, in the history of Warhammer 40,000, being a really significant part of the world building. Fair enough, they've kind of lost their luster since the addition of Primarchs and all of the kind of god level characters becoming, you know, ever present in the game. But yeah, I mean, the assassin artwork alone is like such a beautiful and welcome addition. I think that really, alongside a number of pieces, just elevates it into something quite lovely. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, GW would do well to, you know, release prints of these pieces in their Warhammer art range.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, new artwork in a codex goes a long way to, I think, impressing people or making people happy because, it's cool to see. but also makes us feel like you're putting time and effort into these codexes and you're not just, copying and pasting as we've often criticised them for doing. So it's really great to see. It's a nice welcome addition.
And I will say this, Phil, I don't know for sure if they've lifted a lot of the words for this from other places, but it's reasonable to assert that a lot of these words will be entirely new words.
Yeah, that's true.
Obviously, we haven't had one of these books before, or not for a while. So
I think you said it was 7th edition was the last time they did an actual book for,
and that wasn't even a proper codex. It was more
collection,
kind of compendium, a collection of data sheets and very, very limited fluff. More just lots of rules, basically.
Oh, was that when they were doing? Was that from the index period? Oh no, because actually 7th edition.
So it was towards the end of 7th when. Yeah, so they did 3 books. They did Trade Allegiance, which was a load of extra rules for the Chaos Space Marines. So you had your Black Legion, Crimson Slaughter, Iron Warriors, etc. So they introduced that. They had the Index Astartes or Space Marine version, which gave you loads of extra formations and rules for all the different Space Marine chapters. And then they also did the Agents of the Imperium book. And these were all like softback, paperback, rather, books, which were mostly used as rules compendiums, which were really cool in terms of game functionality. But they didn't really give you a lot of flavour. But yeah, let's talk about the rules, I suppose. Although, can I just get one last little weird oddity out before? Just because, and I admit I could be wrong about this. So, in the Combat Patrol, there's a character called Preacher Tugun. You're familiar with Preacher Tugun?
No, but I'm just flicking to
Page 70, you will see an entry on Preacher Tugun. Now, those are Combat Patrol rules.
Yes.
And Preacher Tugun is sold in Combat Patrol boxes. There are not, as far as I can see, normal Warhammer 40,000 rules for that miniature.
Oh, hold on, I'm flicking. I'm pretty sure there is.
Well, you say that, and you're welcome to correct me, because I could be wrong.
Oh.
Preacher to
Do you know what? I think you're right, which is odd, because they should be at the front with the other priest.
It's very weird. Now, maybe you can change the priest loadout, and maybe I've mucked up to match the sorts of weapons that Preacher Tugun has. But yeah, in fact, let me check. Here we are. We have. Oh no, this is a Minotaurs priest. Do we have a preacher?
There's a Minotaurs priest and a navigator. So you would have thought it would be there. It wouldn't be part of the Inquisitorial agents. Hold on, unless it's later in the book. No.
So what has Tugun got here? Tugun has the Zealot Vindicator and the Zealot's Vindicator. Does a priest have a Zealot's Vindicator?
No.
Oh, no, it does. A Minotaurs priest has a Vindicator.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's where the rules are for that model.
But, okay.
That's confusing. Yeah, because they've got the same profile, more or less.
Not really. So, it's just called a Zealot's Vindicator, which could mean anything, I guess. Because, the Vindicator has ignored covers torrent, because the actual priest has a servo skull with a tiny flamer. Yes. And the Combat Patrol has the chainsword, almost like an eviscerator with a flamer attached to it. So I guess you're right, they've rolled them into one, but oh, how weird.
It's weird though, isn't it? You just feel like, if you're going to just have Preacher Tugun, why don't you just have...
Oh, right, yeah, because you can swap that out for a pistol and a power weapon. I guess they've tried to just roll it into one data sheet, and this is sort of where, if you could take both of those models, have both of those models featured on the data sheet as an image, so you can actually see that. And that was my one criticism of the Inquisitorial agents over on the other page, because at the bottom, they show you what appears to be all the agents. And I remember looking at one of the weapon loadouts going, what is that? And if I remember rightly, it's not the Mystic Stave, it's the Tome Skull. And it's like, what's a Tome Skull? There is actually, I think, no obvious picture of it. There's none down below explaining what it is. I think it's an extra... Oh, no, because I was like, is it a token that someone's carrying? And I think you can only just about see it in maybe one of the big long shots in the kind of army photos that they do. And I can't remember now. I think it was something like a floating skull, maybe, with a book.
Oh, yes, I see it now. Yes, it is a floating skull with a book.
But it's like, it's a separate token basically. But there's no picture of it with the data sheet, so you're like, no. What is this? Like,
Nor is there a picture of the scribey guy that it goes with.
Yeah, I guess if you've got the instructions to build it, it would explain it. But if you're thinking about buying this and you're just reading these as rules, it's slightly confusing when it's not obvious what something is. And that's where if they could give you a breakdown a bit more of what all of these looked like, and they sometimes do it with some of the other books where, like the Gene Stealer Cult, they're like, this is what all the weapon profiles are, these are the names, so you can marry up what visually it's meant to look like on the model with the actual rules that it's describing. So that, again, is another confusing thing. So yeah, well pointed out, because, that isn't particularly obvious. If you bought that model because it cost you now like 20 odd quid, I'd assume, because it's now a standalone model, even that came with a team beforehand, because it came with Blackstone Fortress. And you bought that, and then you're like, well, where is it in here? You've got to do a bit of digging, and then you kind of because to me, it's not a Ministerial Priest model, it's a Zealot model, which is different. Model, but then that's maybe our historical biases at play there.
100%. Yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, rules-wise, they've got the first of their army rules, which is assigned agents, which is if your army is army faction is agents of the Imperium, then in the select detachment rule step, you can select one of the available detachments from this book as normal. If your army faction is not agents of Imperium, but everybody in the army has the Imperium keyword, you can include agents of the Imperium units in your army, even if they do not have the faction keyword you selected in the selected army faction step. In this case, the maximum number of agents of the Imperium units you can include in your army depend on the battle size as shown. So basically, you can have, in a normal 2K game, you can have 2 retinue units, 2 character units, and 2 requisitioned.
No, 1 requisition.
Sorry, 1 requisition unit. Sorry,
so 2-2-1, basically.
Now, here's a question, Phil.
Yeah.
If you're going to start from the very outset talking about your rules, calling everything Agents of the Imperium, why did you not just call the book Agents of the Imperium?
Oh, because it's called Imperial Agents.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes the keywords do differ.
No, I know, but it's a weirdness, isn't it? It's like, could you not just call the whole thing Agents of the Imperium if that's what you're going to go with?
That's true. There's an extra rule at the bottom which says agents of Imperium can have dedicated transports and act as normal, basically, and they've got to start in them if you do have them. So in addition to your 2 retinues, 2 characters, and 1 requisition, you can also have dedicated transports for said units. So you can technically have a bit more as well. And it's not capped at any points. It's just that number for 2K. Now I'm going to go on a small rant here, Dan, on the offset. This is very cool as a concept, but the way they've chosen units to be retinue units versus characters versus requisitioned sort of makes no sense. So, for example, do you know what the requisitioned units are?
I don't off the top of my head. I would guess it would be things like the vehicle type units, like the Sisters of Battle emulator.
So you might think the retinue units are effectively like your battle line, like your troops.
Yeah, that's what
so
I
this
guess,
might be the Death Watch, the Grey Knights, the Sisters, the Navy Breaches and stuff like that. The character.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Character.
Yeah.
And the requisition units would be the more vehicles. No, the requisitioned unit, the only requisition unit in the entire book is the Grey Knight Terminators.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes. The only requisition unit is Grey Knight Terminators. A lot of the vehicles, I think the Immolator is actually dedicated transport. The flying...
It is, yeah. It is a
the flying vehicle for the Death Watch, which is obviously one of my favourite vehicles.
The Corvus Blackstar.
Corvus Blackstar is actually a retinue. So if you wanted to take a Death Watch attachment to your army, you can have your two characters, your Death Watch Master and your Captain Artemis. You can have
not in the same squad though.
You can they would be your your two characters. Then you could have your one Death Watch veteran squad and one Corvus Blackstar. You basically can't have two veteran squads and a Corvus Blackstar because you would assume it wouldn't be retinue and it would be a dedicated transport like
you would guess that,
ones, but it's not. And I assume they've done that for some sort of weird balance, but it's really frustrating. And I bought the Death Watch Battle Inquisitorial Agents box, and that one and one of the others isn't actually like a legal addition to another army because you get too much stuff of the, like, I think it's retinue basically, and maybe one too many characters. Depending on which box you have, you get one more of the other thing. So you can't take all of the stuff. So basically you have to exclude some of those things from the box that you bought if you want to play it. In it, I've already got a Death Watch squad that I bought years ago, as I've already mentioned. So I was like, great, I'll get two squads and I can have a Corvus Blackstar flying around and I can add that into my Minotaurs and my Krieg. That would be really fun, cool. Thematic. Yeah. That's how I would want to do it. And it's like, well, I can't. I can have one squad and a Blackstar or two squads, but not two and a Corvus Blackstar. So right off the bat, I was quite annoyed.
Unless I guess you start playing more than 2,000 point games.
Oh, well, that's true. Yes, you could do the above 2,000 points, and then that would actually unlock your 3 units for everything and 2 of the requisitioned. I sort of wish that they were maybe more themed around the different ordos, because it's like all of them allows you to just take Grey Knights in addition to Death Watch, which to me doesn't seem thematic at all.
No,
I guess they've just done it for flexibility, but I would almost rather like your retinue is your inquisitorial agents, it's your Navy Breaches, it's your rogue trader type stuff, your RBTs, and then your requisitioned units is your Ordo military sort of factions, Ordo Militaris, that could have been as a keyword. And then that gives you, depending on which detachment well, I guess you're not taking detachments technically, which is what I've got to keep thinking of. But basically you pick either the Sisters, you pick your Grey Knights, or you pick Death Watch. You can't mix and match them. And that limits the theming of how you would take them as an additional force to your army. That's much what I'd have rather seen. And that's my rant over for now, Dan. I will pass the microphone back to you to get your thoughts on this.
No, I mean, I think it's a very valid rant. I mean, obviously, and I appreciate this is entirely pointless as a statement, but obviously when playing amongst friends, I don't think too many people are going to kick up a stink if you wanted to take 2 characters, 2 kill teams and 2 Corvus Blackstars, right? Because I think most people will probably see it for what it is and be like, well, clearly that's a mistake. Take the Corvus Blackstars. Although you do also get access to rhinos, don't you?
Yes, you can get Rhino and, well, an Inquisitorial Chimera as well you could take, which is sort of just generic, but that's painted up to weirdly in sort of Death Watch colours, like the Rhino, or, you know, I guess it could just be an Imperial colour scheme, Imperial Agents colour scheme. Another thing to note, because obviously you only get 2 characters, what is something that might be quintessentially iconic for the Assassins, Dan?
Coincidentally iconic for the assassins as characters.
Sort of, yeah. Like, can you remember when the assassins first came out and how they were released?
Well, they came as you got all four of them because they came as an exterminatus force or whatever it was.
Execution force.
Execution
that was the
force,
name of the box. It's the theme that you could often do where you bring one of each assassin, much like I was saying with the Nemesis Horus Heresy book. They form an execution force. You take all four of them. They are working together to take out a big target. But you can't do that in this, because you can only take two of them. It's like you can, and that's a bit frustrating. And you know, they've done the detachments with the theming of the Ordos plus a rogue trader one. I would have loved it if they had also done an execution force one, which just gives you some extra rules to be like, even though you're only doing a strike force, just take all four assassins, and here's some cool stratagems for them in addition to the whatever rest of the army that you're also taking. Or I guess, although if you're doing it as a standalone army with the detachments, then, you know, you're not suffering from this limit. So the only way to take an execution force is just to do an Inquisition only army, because then you're not subject to this limit. But bearing in mind, if you do that, yes, you get detachment rules, but you don't actually get an army specific rule. So I feel like you're slightly hamstrung doing this as a standalone army, because their army rule is more beneficial for when you take them as agents, not as a standalone force. Bit weird.
Yeah, I think it's weird, isn't it? Because, like, really, back in the day of, like, 9th edition, 2 years ago, but, you know, you had detachments, or rather units like the 8, and the 8 were 8 individual miniatures that operated independently of each other, but were put in as one Lord of War, and you took them as one Lord of War, and they could be in your army. The fact that, like, they didn't go, you know, what would be a really clever idea is if we did, like you say, an execution force, and that would be your, you know, 4 assassins, and you could take them for one fixed point cost, and maybe, you know, those 4 assassins collectively in an execution force could have been a second of the requisitioned choices, you know, giving you another thing that you could have added, which would have been super cool. No, I agree. I think that's a bit of a miss as well. I think that's the thing. Like, I can't quite get over what they've done with the Death Watch, because ultimately what they're saying is, don't worry, just run Space Marines and just say the Death Watch, and then just add some Death Watch to it. But really, that's literally, here's my Space Marine army plus a few firstborn Death Watch units that maybe, just maybe, you're going to sculpt using Primaris kits to kind of upscale them and show them as what, you know, consistently with the rest of your army. My argument always with that is that from a rules perspective, you know, at least in times of old, I always felt like you needed to, you know, use the correct miniatures to represent the right thing. So if they are a firstborn unit, they should be seen as such. But these days, with how little or how much that kind of gap is, you know, kind of...
It's quite interchangeable now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So you know what? These days, I'm much less sensitive to that stuff. But I do think that, again, yeah, fine, great. But really, the only way that you can run in a sort of thematic, interesting way a Death Watch army is to run it as this Death Watch detachment that they've given you here. It's just sort of, it's weird to me that, like, the Death Watch Ordo Xenos detachment doesn't have some application with Space Marines, for example. Like, why couldn't you just take this as a Space Marine detachment or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, why did it need to be... I just can't get my head around the Death Watch decision. I can't get my head around, like, a lot of this stuff. It's weird. Like, again, it feels like, okay, fine, if the Corvus Black Star isn't going to be a dedicated transport, fine, put them in Rhinos if that's what you want to do and you want to add that in, or you just put one kill team in there. Fine, that all kind of makes sense, I suppose. But yeah, it's just weird, dude. I just get the heebie-jeebies when I spend time with this book. It doesn't. It feels like it feels like a long series of compromises as opposed to an exciting flavor enhancer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
like, so with the Death Watch, I'm sort of in two minds, because one, I don't think they should have ever really been operating at the scale of a full army. I've always seen them as like the kill team size of, you've got 1 or 2 squads going in to do something, and actually playing them as the agents in this book, I think is the most, in my mind, lore appropriate and accurate way of running them. When they were like, oh, we're all individual kill teams, but we're a big force that's an army size, that I always thought was a bit silly. But then at the same time, if you're having those small kill teams, why have the Watchmaster model there still? Because he was the person that you say was meant to be there for when I guess they are forming up a bit more of an army level. So yeah, I'm in sort of two minds. You can, yes, run them as the sort of generic Space Marines and you lose a flavor. So you lose the kill teams and you lose the kind of bolter special ammunition that they used to have, which was always very cool and thematic. And sometimes a bit busted, depending on which edition it was. So I could see if I was a Deathwatch player that I had loads of different kill teams, it's either just not possible to run them as the standard Space Marines, or for you just feel like you're losing all your flavor. It's like, yes, you get access to all the Space Marine detachments, but that's not why you're playing Deathwatch, to play them as regular players. You're a special person. Like when I was with my Krieg, it's like, I'm not a regular guardsman. I'm not those Cadian folk. I'm special. I'm all about the artillery and the bayonets, and I liked the fact they had unique rules to represent them that were different from the majority of the other Imperial Guard armies out there. And I think Deathwatch are sort of going through that same struggle, basically.
I think the thing is, though, as well, is that, like, it's remarkable that they have literally decided to give you Captain Artemis, Watchmaster, and those are essentially your only 2 HQ options. It's like, again, if I wanted to build a fully themed Deathwatch army using even just this Ordo Xenos detachment, if I wanted to do it, right, I've only got 2 HQ choices, a Watchmaster and Captain Artemis. It's like, Chaplain Cassius exists as a miniature. He's still for sale. Okay, fair enough. You have to buy him in Kill Team Cassius.
But Kill Team Cassius also, as you say, is a great Deathwatch unit. But again, it no longer exists in this book. Right? It could have been something they kept and added to this as well for a bit of flavour, even if it's only like 1 unit. But I think you would struggle to do a 2,000-point army with just the veterans and I guess a couple of the Corvus Black Stars and those 2 characters. It's like you would have to take other Inquisition and Imperial Agent models to even make this functional. Like, in a way, if the detachment rule was also like, yeah, just take anything else from Codex Space Marine and have this rule as well, I think that would keep a lot of Deathwatch players happy. Yes, you've lost the kill team sort of functionality, but you've still got... This could have just basically been the index rules that you've currently got for Deathwatch that basically say, yeah, take your Space Marine stuff, take these guys in addition, and here's a cool special rule. Whereas this current detachment, we have yet to talk about, only works with the data sheets in this book. Which technically, yes, you can unlock other stuff with it. Like some of the things work on Agents of the Imperium, so could be on something else that, is an Inquisitor, is a Rogue Trader, for example. But everything is mostly keyworded for Deathwatch, and you only get 1 main unit. It's like, I don't know how you would get 2,000 points out of this with a Rhino as well.
Well, I'm just doing the maths right now. So, essentially, how many Corvus Black Stars could I?
Well, I guess technically you can only have 3, right? Because of the rule of 3.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
and Battle Line is that capped at 6, or am I?
It is capped at 6. So basically, the
you
army
get the points.
The army, so for 1,955 points, I'll give the Watchmaster an enhancement. He can have the most expensive one, the Beacon Angelus. So for 1,985 points, you get Watch Captain Artemis, a single Watchmaster. Maybe you could spam more Watchmasters. Yeah, you could do 3 Watchmasters. 6 10-man Death Watch kill teams, 3 Rhinos, and 2 Corvus Black Stars is 1,985.
Oh, really? Like, yeah. How expensive are those kill teams? Like, that seems
200 points for 10.
Seems way. I'm surprised you can get that little in. I thought you'd need more.
Well, I mean, you are wasting 225 points on Rhinos. I mean, I
guess. How many Rhinos was that? Sorry,
just 3 Rhinos. Okay. The Corvus Black Stars are 360 for 2.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, you could be a very bad army.
Yeah, I mean, part of me, I like it. I like the size of it. I like that it isn't actually hundreds of models. I mean, I guess it's still 60 Space Marines, which actually is a lot when you think about it. But it could be worse, right?
But it is just that thing, isn't it, where it's like there's just a distinct lack of flavour. Like, they've also got that Librarian geezer in Kill Team Cassius. Can't take him. You know what I mean? It's like...
Oh, yeah, like a little Librarian guy would be cool. I think they should have just take stuff from Space Marines. And so you can get access to other stuff.
I understand why they felt like they shouldn't put it in here, but I also feel like, look, if you're going to paint people into a corner, like, at least come up with a workable solution to that situation. Like, try and... Like, I understand you're a business, and I understand you've got to, move on. Like, the problem is with Death Watches is they made a mistake in 7th edition. They created
a monster.
They created the Death Watch Kill Team game, Team, whatever it was called, and they basically had all the miniatures within that kill team, which included a Space Marine bike, a Librarian, 2 Jump Pack Marines, 1 Terminator, and, back in the mad old days of 7th edition, they just went, nuts to it. Just smush it all together and use it as one thing. Whatever, who cares? It's 7th edition.
That's sort of fine as a unique unit that has a named character in it. It's like the 8s you were saying. It's like, historically, this is the famous group that did this. I kind of think to this day it's just silly to make an army with that kind of composition. The Death Watch veterans, where they're all armed with different equipment and guns, I totally get, because they're just all infantry dudes. That makes sense. But a guy on a bike and a Terminator all hanging out together and being padded with a guy with a jump pack just seems stupid. But it makes sense in the logic of this sort of one, like, heroic group in my mind, at least from the tabletop perspective. And yeah, when 8th came out, that was when I guess they were like, you can just do this for all your Primaris. And I think that was the problem that unleashed to the Death Watch players, because since then they've been building their armies in that fashion, because that's how they've been told to. Whereas if they were actually at that point were like, oh, actually no, you've still got your squad of firstborn guys at the veterans, and you've got the 1 kill team Cassius, but everything else is just normal Space Marines, but you've got these cool special issue ammunition rules and other stuff. I think that would be fine. I think that would have been a better, more sensible way to go about it, and then we wouldn't necessarily be in this pickle that we're now in.
Well, we're not in it. GW are in it, right? But it's a weird. I understand, they've had to make hard decisions and discontinue all sorts of stuff. I do get it, but maybe if you're in a business where that is the overriding set of circumstances, just do a better job of managing that process and ultimately working through the problem. Like, this just feels very insensitive to people who have worked really hard to build up really beautiful and, incredible collections of things. And ultimately, I feel like, as consumers of this game and of, GW miniatures, products, etc., we just deserve a better level of service from Games Workshop when it comes to this stuff. And ultimately, it's crazy, right? Like, essentially, I don't think like enough. Well, maybe a lot of people have said it, but maybe they've basically taken. They haven't quite Tomb King them from back in the day, but they have kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how I'd feel if I had spent loads of energy, money, effort on building Deathwatch armies, and this was my. And the thing is, but it makes you question everything. You're like, well, what am I supposed to trust when it comes to this stuff? Because this is an investment of time and money and effort. It's like it erodes the trust.
That's what I said ages ago about Forge World and Krieg. It's like, where's the trust that these models and armies that you're spending years building are going to be supported for a much longer period of time? The sort of slap in the face, I guess, with this one is they basically, when this book came out, they were like, sorry, Deathwatch, this is all you're getting. But don't worry, Grey Knight players, you're still getting a Codex. That's coming down the line. You get one unit in here, but your Codex is coming. And then Sisters already have their Codex, so they're sorted. And actually, you get more models in here than you would with Deathwatch stuff. Maybe what they should have done is for this book gone, you can have the Deathwatch veterans, you can have the Corvus Blackstar, and that's it. Captain Artemis and the Watchmaster and the Kill Team Cassius, they're locked to your Codex, which will come out later, where you get the full sort of shebang Space Marine rules. And then at least it feels like you get a bit of Deathwatch flavour here, but you also get the full Deathwatch, and there's some more units locked behind your Codex to actually encourage you to do that for the actual Deathwatch players. I sort of really do hope they will do a U-turn and do a Deathwatch Codex purely for those people that have got the full armies and need it, even though, yes, I think thematically it doesn't work quite as well, in my own head at least. Shall we, I think we've had a bit of enough of a moan. Should we go through the actual detachment rules?
Yeah, let's do it, mate. So, first one is the one we've been talking about or alluding to, which is Order Xenos Alien Hunters. This is your Deathwatch detachment. Basically, at the start of your command phase, you can select one of these mission tactics that you have from the Deathwatch mission tactics rule, and essentially all Deathwatch units from your army benefit from it. So you've got the Furor tactics. While the mission tactic is active, weapons equipped by Deathwatch units, unsurprisingly, have sustained hits 1. What a shocker. Or you're in Malleus Tacticus, which is where you get lethal hits. Or you've got Purgatus Tactics, which is where you gain precision. So, again, utilizing the somewhat standard keyword systems of, 40k. But ultimately giving you the choice of having all your Deathwatch units have sustained hits, which is super good, or lethal hits, which is very useful, or precision, which is also useful, but I suppose slightly more circumstantial. But yeah, ultimately being able to enhance the output of your Deathwatch is kind of cool. However, I'd probably still just prefer to have Oath of Moment, to be completely honest with you, plus all the other stuff that comes with other detachments from Space Marines. But, is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, as we said, all the keywords are for Deathwatch, bar some of the enhancements. So even if you wanted to be like, I'm taking a Deathwatch army, but because I've got the whole book, I'll try and add in some Rogue Traders or Inquisition, nothing's really going to combo with them. And that, makes sense from a thematic point of view. Although maybe if stuff also did work with an Inquisitor, that would also still be quite thematic.
What's really interesting as well, though, is basically all the special ammunition is now just basically their stratagems,
yes.
which is. I mean, don't get me wrong, kind of cool because it's a really good way of showcasing that, but at the same time, a bit of a disappointment because they used to just have it, or an adaptation of it at least. And obviously they have Armor of Contempt because all Space Marines have Armor of Contempt. But yeah, you've got Hellfire, Kraken, and Dragonfire rounds, along with Rapid Tactical Relocation, adepted tactics, and as I said already, armor of contempt. So, again, an interesting mixture of stratagems. Phil, do you want to call out any one of those in particular?
Well, I just noticed that the rapid tactical relocation does work on an Inquisitor, so I feel like I need to read it out. So it's 1 CP, it's a strategic ploy stratagem. It works at the end of your opponent's fight phase. 1 Inquisitor or Death Watch infantry unit from your army. You can remove the unit from the battlefield in the reinforcement steps of your next movement phase. It can reappear 9 inches horizontally away from all enemy models. And you can't select units in engagement range, so you get a redeploy basically, which is cool. I didn't like that in, I think maybe it was 8th edition, where you could just have 2 units of Death Watch just deep strike on their own. I guess this is the sort of modern day equivalent of that, which probably actually works quite well, especially when you need secondaries and stuff. These kind of abilities are very strong. Yeah,
that's fair. Cool, I reckon we've done that one to death, so let's move over to the Ordo Hereticus Percutation Force, Phil. What are they all about?
So these are obviously the Sisters of Battle themed one. You get the detachment rule, Root Out Heresy, so ranged weapons equipped by Adeptus Arbites Inquisitor, Inquisitorial Agent, or Ordo Hereticus models, which are all the Sisters ones, in your army have Ignore Cover, which is all right. And then each time an Adeptus Arbites Inquisitor, Inquisitorial Agent, or Ordo Hereticus model from your army makes an attack that targets a Chaos unit containing 5 or more models, that attack has sustained hits 1 ability, which is pretty cool. Obviously, it's very niche, but it's also very thematic to it, which is one of those things where things like Grey Knights, things like Sisters, always had trouble with, and same with Xenos, like the Death Watch. They're always themed specifically against one faction. So Grey Knights are very good at fighting demons, but not very good at fighting anything else. So should their rules represent that in some way? I like that they just get a sort of universal special rule as well as a sort of thematic faction-specific one as well. So yeah, that seems all right.
Yeah, I mean, enhancement-wise, they've got a few different options. The one I'm going to call out is Witch Hunter, because, who doesn't like a Witch Hunter? So Inquisitor or Minotaur Priest models only, while the bearer is leading a unit. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets a Psyker, you can re-roll the hit roll. So again, useful, boost a unit, which is kind of interesting. Stratagem-wise, Phil, is there anything you want to call out on that side of things?
Let's go for Exact Punishment, which is a strategic ploy for 1 CP. Your opponent's shooting phase just after an Agents of the Imperium unit from your army is destroyed as a result of an enemy unit's attack. 1 Adeptus Arbites Inquisitorial Agent or Ordo Hereticus unit from your army that is within 6 inches of the destroyed unit. You can't target the destroyed unit with this stratagem. After the attacking unit has shot, your unit can shoot as if it was your shooting phase, but when resolving those attacks, you may only target that enemy unit. So you get kind of like an Overwatch, but you get to shoot at full ballistic skill with that unit. Obviously, it requires 1 unit to be within 6 inches of one of your other units, so obviously you need to be very aware of that when playing, I guess. But, thematically, it seems quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If you're taking that detachment, it's because you've gone with a lot of Sisters units. And to be honest with you, most people who are playing Sisters will essentially use a Sisters army with a Sisters detachment and maybe ally in some Inquisition forces because they feel like it adds to their overall kind of gameplay advantages, I suppose. It strikes me that it is highly improbable that anyone is going to run this detachment, because it is clearly not as powerful as the mechanics and systems found within Sisters. Miracle dice combined with all the various detachment rules that they got access to just, blow this out of the water. So, yeah, I can't see anyone meaningfully wanting to use this over and above Sisters.
I sort of think people that would run this, or any of these detachments, are basically someone that's been collecting all the kill teams. So you've got 1 Rogue Trader unit, you've got 1 Euclidean Star Striders, you've got your RBTs, you've got your Navy Breachers, and you're just like, I just want to run them. I just want to run them. And it's like, oh, that's like 800, maybe 1,000 odd points of stuff. And you'll be like, cool, I'll get a combat patrol of sisters or Death Watch or whatever it might be. And I'll plug that in to fill up the points, and you can have a relatively probably fun narrative game that isn't that competitive. That's why, in a way, it's like, if you're being really honest, probably no one in their right mind would ever take any of these detachments. But, maybe there's one that would just be a stellar option. I guess, especially, as you're saying, with the Xenos, for Ordo Hereticus, and the next one, which is Demon Hunters. What's the rationale for taking these detachments with the very limited number of models over the actual core codex that those models can come with? Obviously, Death Watch are stuck with this, but the other two aren't. So you're right. Yeah. There's an interesting choice to be had for those.
Oh, for sure. We got the Ordo Malleus Demon Hunters. Really love the artwork on this.
Oh,
yeah. It's actually really nice seeing a more kind of like utilitarian or like more kind of toned down Grey Knight.
Oh, do you know what? You're right, because normally is the shoulder pads a bit more? It sort of almost looks like a generic Space Marine, with a different helmet and a bit of writing on its chest and stuff.
Did you ever watch the anime or read, I suppose, the associated manga of Full Metal Alchemist?
No. I heard about it.
Like, this image looks like Alphonse from that particular show. But yeah, like, it's got more of a knightly quality to it, and potentially an indication towards what Grey Knights could become if they get a complete range refresh.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would be. I would have to probably work hard to resist wanting to do that as an army, even though I've got so many other projects on the go. But Grey Knights have always been one of those loves.
I think if Grey Knights come out looking something like this, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Because so many people have cast aspersions towards the Senguri Guard for their more kind of clean, sort of pared back, sort of, again, utilitarian kind of look. It's not very in keeping with the kind of gaudy, over-the-top sort of illustrious element of the Blood Angels. But again, with the Grey Knights, I almost feel like that is...
That works to their advantage, yeah. But
exactly.
I think, like, the theme of Blood Angels, its very essence is a bit gaudy and over the top. Because they're so beautiful. Like, that plays into the visual aesthetics of them being overly ornate. Whereas I know Grey Knights are to an extent as well, but I think a more sort of brutal, pared back utilitarian vibe would actually work quite well with them. I think this artwork does demonstrate that.
No, I agree. I really like it, and I'm hopeful that we see something resembling that going forwards. But yeah, their army rule or detachment rule is destroy the demonic. So each time an inquisitorial agent, or Ordo Malleus model from your army makes an attack, reroll a hit roll of 1, and if the target of that attack is a demon unit, reroll a wound roll of 1. So again, should you be facing some kind of demon army, obviously this will have some intrinsic benefits. What else have they got, Phil?
So for an enhancement, they've obviously got 4 like everyone else, but they've got the Grimoire of True Names, which is an aura ability. It's an Inquisitor model only, so again, you're meant to have an Inquisitor here. While an enemy unit is within 6 inches of the bearer, worsen the leadership characteristic of models in that unit by 1. In addition, while an enemy demon unit is within 9 inches of the bearer, each time a model in that demon makes an attack, subtract 1 to the hit roll and 1 to the wound roll, which seems quite strong if you're playing demons. Yeah.
The Grimoire of True Names has always been a renowned artifact within the world of demon hunters. It used to be incredibly punishing. Now a little less so, but still very good by the modern standards of 40k. Intriguing that there isn't any access to armor of contempt within these stratagems. This might be the only sort of Space Marine-esque detachment that doesn't have +1 to armor saves.
Because they're not technically Space Marines. Maybe.
Oh no, here you go. True silver armor. I'm wrong, Phil. It's there.
Oh, it's just got a different name.
It's just got a different name. There you go. True silver armor.
But as you say, specifically, obviously, only for the Grey Knights Terminator squad, because that's all you get in this book.
Well, no, absolutely. Which again is wild to me, but again, I think indicates.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the keywords
going.
here are themed, some for Grey Knights, some for just all-day Malleus, some for Inquisitorial Agents or Inquisitor. So with this one, you have to have a much bigger Inquisitor force to make up your points, but I guess you could have 3 squads of Terminators, so you've got to...
Can't reinforce those squads, though. They only come as five-man units.
Yes, yeah. So you'd have 15 in total.
And hilariously, 5 Grey Knight Terminators is 190 points. So basically, you get 3 units of those into
for
your
600.
army. And yeah, they're not, 570. So yeah.
Yeah, that's...
You got a long way to climb.
You're gonna have a lot of Inquisitorial Agents hanging about. So I was going to say for a stratagem, I was going to pick Cybolt Ammunition.
Oh, the classic.
Your shooting phase, you can select 1 Grey Knight Terminator squad. Until the end of that phase, they get lethal hits and the psychic ability. Although I guess the psychic keyword doesn't do anything innately, so they're just getting lethal hits.
Where is that? Cyber ammunition?
At the bottom right.
They could be tied to something, like there could be a specific ability or...
Yeah, well, there is. So the
that...
one above is hexagrammic wards. So it's your opponent's shooting phase or fight phase just after they've selected their targets. 1 all-day Malleus unit from your army was selected as a target of 1 or more. To the end of a phase, all psychic weapons equipped by models in the attacking unit have a hazardous hazardous ability. So if you were playing a mirror match against another all-day Malleus unit and they had just used the Cybolt ammunition, you could then pop hexagrammic wards and make that ammunition now hazardous because it is now psychic.
Well, that sounds terrible.
Niche.
Niche is a very polite way of expressing terrible. And then, last of the detachment is the Imperialis
fleet, which is the rogue trader one.
Tell us about that, Phil.
So it's at all costs. So at the start of the command phase, you can select one of the following. There's eliminate at all costs, which is select 1 enemy unit on the battlefield until the start of your next command phase. Each time an Agents of the Imperium model from your army makes an attack that targets the enemy unit, add 1 to the hit roll. It's +1 to hit, that's quite good. Or acquire at all costs. Select 1 objective marker on the battlefield until the start of your next command phase. While an Agents of the Imperium unit from your army is within range of that objective marker, improve the leadership and objective to control characteristics of the models in that unit by 1. And models in that unit have a 5-up invulnerable save. So that's quite good, actually, I think.
Yeah, not bad.
And if I remember rightly, I'm pretty sure a lot of the Imperial agents do get things like Deep Strike in some capacity. I thought, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a way that they can get it. Who knows?
Nothing immediately stands out, but maybe.
No, maybe we'll find it at some point. Oh, well, there's Imperialis fleet. So the enhancement is combat landers, so Voidfarer models. At the start of the declare battle formation step, you can select up to 3 Voidfarer units from your army. Those units gain the Deep Strike ability.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that's kind of cool as an enhancement. Yeah, okay.
We've also got digital weapons, the classic enhancement from back in the day. Everyone, it used to be back in the day that almost everything could just get digital weapons thrown in. It was like, you already have a relic, don't worry, add digital weapons, why not? But in the modern context, an Agent of the Imperial model can be equipped with these, and each time the bearer is selected to fight, roll 3d6 for each 4+1 enemy unit within engagement range of the bearer suffers 1 mortal wound. Mortal wounds inflicted by this enhancement are all allocated as if they had the precision ability. Why can't it just be they have the precision ability? What's the specific legalese around it as if they had it?
Because I guess it's not a weapon profile, so it can't have it, but you need to treat it as if it had. But they should just...
there you go.
I know it's odd, but okay. Interesting. It gives you precision, even though you'd probably never want that, because you probably wouldn't be able to kill a character with that. unless,
No.
again, niche. But otherwise, you'd much rather, if you do 2 mortal wounds, that might kill a model, which will be doing your attack. So you'd probably do that over the precision, I think. But
I would say so.
it's a
I would
cool
say
option.
so.
Yeah. In terms of the actual stratagems, let's do the first one, which is Violent Acquisition. It's a strategic bullet for 2 CP. Okay, so it's expensive. Your shooting or fight phase, you select 1 agent of the Imperial unit from your army. Until the end of that phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack that targets an enemy unit within range of an objective marker, which is key, the attack has sustained hits 1, lance, and ignores cover. Although weird, lance, I guess, doesn't take effect in your shooting phase because it only activates when you've charged. But if you have charged in, it's I guess that would be quite strong.
Yeah, no, I imagine so. Are there any particular data sheets that you want to talk about? Although I feel like the thing is with this, right, is like, we've kind of alluded to certain ones. There's nothing really like super stand out in and of itself. I mean, Inquisitors are really quite underwhelming. So they're probably worth explaining just to try and sort of point to their general ness. I mean, basically, if you take an Inquisitor, it's a T3 model, which is awful in 10th edition 40k. Save a 4+ with a 5 up invulnerable, which is also awful in 40k. 4 wounds, which is 1 better than awful, but still not great. Leadership 6, which is good, and an OC of 1. This model, where is the actual thing? So this model can attach to kill teams, blah, 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 blah. This model's bolt pistol can be replaced with a combi weapon. Of course, you're going to do that. This model's blessed wardings can be replaced with 1 psychic gifts and 1 psychic shockwave. So a psychic gifts is where is that?
On the right hand side. So psychic gifts gives it the psychic keyword. The blessed wardings give the bearer's leading a unit, the unit gets a 6-up invulnerable save, which isn't bad, I don't think.
But it already has a 5-up invulnerable save.
The character's got a 5-up. That gives it a 6-up to the unit it's leading.
Oh, okay.
So, and it can lead pretty much all of the units in the book. I think it's, Death Watch Extraction, Grey Knight Terminators, Imperial Battle Line Infantry, which is from other codexes, Navy Breachers, Agents, Sisters of Battle Squad, Subjugator Squad, Vigilant Squad. So a lot of them.
Pretty much everything, yeah.
Yeah.
And then this model is equipped with 1 psychic. If this model is equipped with 1 psychic gifts, its inquisitorial melee weapon can be replaced with 1 force weapon. And the force weapon is a psychic weapon, and it's melee weapon. So its melee profile is 5 attacks, hit on freeze, strength 4, which given its T3 is pretty reasonable. -2 AP, which is good, but 1 damage. So nothing extraordinarily special about that. It's got Authority of the Inquisition, which means it can go in any transport, and Power of the Rossetti. Each time you target this model's unit with a stratagem, roll d6 on a 3+, you gain 1 CP. So, again, can be quite good as well for, maintaining CP, which I guess is kind of interesting. But yeah, all sorts of mid, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the Psychic Shockwave is actually half decent, I think. So if you give it the Psychic keyword, it gains Force Weapon and Psychic Shockwave, which is a shooting attack, which has Devastating Wounds, Psychic, and Torrent. 18-inch range, Torrent, 2d6. So you're auto-hitting. It's only Strength 3, but you'll be trying to get the Devastating Wounds off, and it's -2, which isn't too bad, and then just 1 damage. But, I think that could be quite a nice little thing just based on its range alone.
Yeah, I suppose the average output of that would be 8 attacks, which, in almost all instances is going to be wounding on nothing better than a 5+.
Yeah, but maybe 1 or 2 mortal wounds go through.
Yeah, I mean, they're not mortal. Oh, no, yeah, well, they're mortal to be roll 6s.
Yes, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, all right, fair enough. Inquisitor Cotiers, seems interesting as well, because he's also now T3 with 4 wounds, which is weird for a guy in ornate. Well, it used to be ornate for a guy in a nappy, as he is these days. But yeah, it's with a dude who's actually now in like power armor with a 2+ save to.
Or like some form of artifice armor. Yeah, so 2 up save, 4 up in bun, which is pretty good.
Very good, but like it's just weird that he's only T3 or only has 4 woons. I kind of feel like one of those should be better.
He's a little dude.
Yeah, he is. Oh, yeah, indeed.
Yeah, do you want to read the rules, or shall I?
I mean, I can do. So, he's got himself a bolt pistol, a psychic blast, which is anti-demon 4+, anti-infantry 5+, devastating wounds, and psychic with a range of 18, D6 shots, ballistic skill 3, strength 3, -1 damage. And then
why is his ballistic skill not 2? He's literally the best Inquisitor in the game currently. Like, and lore-wise, he's like, one of the Inquisitor lords, right? You would have thought his ballistic skill would be slightly better.
When he was getting his hair back, when he was getting the hair plug split,
it's made his eyesight go funny. You could argue
the surgery's been done poor.
You could argue that like Custodes and Space Marines hitting on 2s is the pinnacle, and a human could never reach that. So from that logic, I think him hitting on 3s is correct. But he is meant to be like the best of the best. Which is
that doesn't really apply in this game. They don't really apply that kind of general logic to it, do they? But whatever. I mean, 3+. His Nemesis Demon Hammer is 3 attacks, hitting on 3+ at strength 9, -3 free damage. It's a good weapon.
I mean, it's good if only had more attacks, but he's only a human, I guess.
Exactly. That's it. He can lead most squads. Except for he can't lead Death Watch. And he can't lead sister squads either. But yeah, he's got Authority of the Inquisition, which is a transport thing. Malefic Wardings, which is a psychic thing. While this model is leading a unit, models in that unit have a 6+ invulnerable save, which is good. And a 4+, can be good. And a 4+ invulnerable save against psychic attacks. Made by demon models.
No, psychic attacks and attacks made by demon models.
Oh, and okay, fair. Yeah. And then Spy Network, each time your opponent gains CP as a result of an ability, roll 1d6 on a 2+, you also gain 1 CP. I preferred it when it was shooting out of sequence, but obviously these days 1 CP gets you that all the time anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it used to be fun with Codex where his Spy Network would tell him when things were arriving and he'd just shoot them.
Yes, it was like an all-spec scan, wasn't it, from back in the day. He's also got the Glaverden Cyber Eagle. In your command phase, you can select 1 enemy unit within 18 inches of the bearer until the start of your next command phase. That unit cannot have the benefits of cover, which is quite interesting because it's not when you shoot at it, you're ignoring cover. They just lose the benefit of cover. So that's actually quite a novel ability. I quite like that.
Yeah. You going to read the rest of it, or was that?
Well, that was it. Obviously, there's designer notes. You just place the token here. Yeah, you've got the token of the eagle, so you place it around, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's fine. He doesn't really feel like he has anywhere near the same sort of fun. Like, I don't know. The impact of him in the current game doesn't feel nearly as remarkable as what he was in previous editions. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's got a hammer that can do some okay damage, I suppose, which is all right. I was just reading the Navigator rules.
I was as well, actually. And I was like, if you could spam this would be not too shabby, I think.
You reckon this is the one, is it?
Possibly, yeah. Let me read it out for you. It's 6-inch move, toughness 3, 5 up save, 4 up invulnerable, which is pretty good because he's psychic shenanigans. 3 wounds, leadership of 7, and an OC of 1. His ranged weapon is a las pistol, which is obviously rubbish. His melee weapon is a force orb cane, which is a psychic attack, doing 3 attacks, hitting on 4s, strength 6, which is pretty decent, -1 AP and D3 damage. He can be attached to Imperial Navy breachers and voidsmen at arms. He's got the gaze into the Empyrean psychic ability, so enemy units that are set up on the battlefield as reinforcements cannot be set up within 12 inches of this model, which is very strong, especially if you've got 3 of them to screen them out in your backfield. And then you've got this is the one I like, the third eye psychic ability. So at the start of your shooting phase, select one enemy unit within 12 inches and visible to this model. That unit must take a battle shock test, subtracting 2 from the result, which is pretty good because you need that. If it is so 2 if it's infantry. If the test is failed, that enemy unit suffers 3 mortal wounds. And, I think if you got 3 of these guys, especially if they're cheap, you could potentially be doing 9 mortal wounds a turn. I think that's quite good. Obviously, they've got to fail a leadership test, so it depends on the kind of army you're up against. But the -2 against infantry seems all right, actually. Now, if it's 40 points, that would be all right. If it's any more, 60. Yeah.
60, maybe it needed to be more like 50-ish, but yeah. On the whole, it's an interesting mixture of things. I think it offers you a lot of interesting stuff that you can add into your Imperium armies. I think someone like Phil, who obviously has his really beautiful, incredible what are they called now? Thunder Warrior army that you've just recently done. Even your Minotaurs or your Krieg, adding in this kind of flavour is really cool. And I do think that's where the book shines, is just adding in flavour. I think the, units in this are interesting, but I feel like, as Phil has identified, there's definitely things that, could have been done to make that better. I just feel like, it's a bit of an own goal of a book. Like, I think there's a couple of things that we said at the start, which was the sense of loss, the bad model, the fact that they didn't really give us anything new or meaningful beyond Cotiers, which really kind of made it feel more cohesive as a range. I really feel like it would have been cool if they had, leaned into some kind of general, sort of militia or general, military units, much like the Kassakin, for example. I would have liked to have seen, something like that. I
think, Kazzakins with a Valkyrie would have been a great addition, because then you've got some firepower, you've got some mobility and movement, and then you've got these guys that can, potentially drop in around the table, and they've got probably is a more cohesive look and feel and potentially firepower than things like the breaches and the voidsman at arms. And in a way, a lot of this stuff is like the agents, the breaches, like voidsman at arms, even the road trader entourage, and actually all the RBTs. They're all kill team stuff, right? And in a way, that is the thing that lets them down, is a bunch of models with tons of different equipment. It's quite hard to have a consistent, let's say, or quick game, because you're not just going, okay, cool, I've got 10 guys, that's 10 las guns, I'm shooting at you. It's like, these 3 have this thing, these 4 have something else, and these 2 other dudes do something completely different and have some weird special rules to them. Which, if you had all of these things in your army, it feels like it'd probably be a very slow, sluggish game, no matter how quick you want to play.
Yeah, and I think that is the thing, isn't it, right? I think when this book falls down when trying to function as an army is that it is very difficult within the current kind of scenario that is 40k to build an army in a kind of cohesive manner using these rules and these units, because you just end up with a increasing abundancy of them that is just a bit too numerous, or you end up with something that doesn't really kind of do much of anything. And, when you go back and look at, say, like the 3rd edition Demon Hunters book and consider what, a sort of game size army looked like back then, essentially you would take a Grey Knight army that would be maybe one unit of Grey Knight Terminators, couple of units of Grey Knights in power armor, a dreadnought, and maybe an inquisitorial retinue, and that was, a very robust legal army. Or, you took a few inquisitorial units and chuck them into other armies as well, which was possible there. But I think that's the thing with this is like, you know, when you start trying to build stuff using the inquisitorial agents, using the inquisitor element of the book, it just becomes quite vast and quite cumbersome to run for all the reasons that you highlighted there as well in terms of different weapons, etc. But also, yeah, I think, yeah, like, I think it's a perfectly functional allies book. Does it really give you much more than what was there before? Technically, yes. You can now add Grey Knight Terminators to your Imperium armies. You can add
the thing probably. I mean, it does work, but was anyone clamoring for Grey Knight Terminators in their army? I mean, I sort of personally wasn't, but maybe the options there, people will consider it because Imperial Guard of Terminators seems like quite a cool pick.
The old school Warhammer 40k player in me loves it.
Yes,
because like
same.
Back in the day,
you could do it then.
Grey Knight Terminators in other armies was super cool, and they had that kind of mystique to them. So I am in favour of it. I'm disappointed that we're still in a world where Legion of the Damned don't exist. I feel like
they should be in here. It's sort of odd that the Knights are on a mission, but I sort of get because you can add all of them in. You need the book, but or they just pared it down and be like, cool, you can have like 1 or 2 Knights, and they're in this book, and this is then your allies book with everything in it all in one place. I sort of feel like it did need to be structured slightly differently. The book works best, as you say, when you're just adding it to another army. I almost feel like if this is the only book you're taking, it almost needs to be in reverse, where it's like, these are the kind of cool, interesting characters that you're taking, but then you're picking an Ordo detachment or the Rogue Trader detachment. If you're doing Rogue Trader, you're picking more units from this book, but if you're doing Death Watch Grey Knights Sisters, you're then picking their book and you're taking the units from their book instead to make more of a complete army, and then maybe it's like you get their rules plus this on bolted on top or something. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one because you don't want to layer too many rules on top of your existing army rules, but it feels like, it just doesn't function as a standalone book that well. I think if the Rogue Trader one, it seems to be the best one. It's the one people have talked about as like your best pick. I think thematically it's probably stronger because you've got more sort of battle line infantry style models that you can run en masse to sort of feel like you've got a bit more of a complete sense of an army than some of the others.
Yeah, I just think that's the thing. It's like, obviously, if you want to run Grey Knights, you're going to probably now just run Grey Knights as Grey Knights. If you want to run Sisters, you're going to just run the Sisters book. And then if you wanted to continue to run Death Watch, you're just probably going to, it's highly improbable that you're going to lean into this particular kind of way of running Death Watch.
I think you'd still do generic Space Marines with your Corvus Black Star and your Death Watch veterans via this book seems the only way to really do it.
Here's a question with the Corvus Black Star. I'm just going to answer my own question. What's its transport options? This unit has a transport capacity of 12 Death Watch infantry models. Oh, for God's sakes.
Oh, yeah, so you can't transport anything else.
Why didn't they just say Astartes or whatever, whatever the keywords are for general Space Marines? Because at least then, right, what you could have done is gone, cool, I'm running a Space Marine army and it's Death Watch Space Marines, but I'm just adding a Corvus Black Star in and I want to put Space Marines in it. And just be able to facilitate that. Like, why did they have to lock it down to? No. It's a bad vibe. I'm sorry. Like, I really wanted to love it. I think a couple episodes ago said I legitimately was actually quite excited by the prospect of what this could potentially represent. But yeah, it's just. Nah, I think the thing that's crazy about it as well is obviously Blood Angels are now actually officially coming out and have come out before as well. But it's weird. I suppose it's like it's one thing to be in a bit of a 40k drought as we are now until like January of next year. But for this to be one of like the last or like the 40k releases of the year, it's just like, oh, it's a bit of a downer, isn't it? Like this is one of the things that sort of is out there between now and the next bit of 40k.
Well, yes, it's the penultimate one before Blood Angels, and it's like, I think as you said, 40k currently has been in a bit of a feels bad funk. With this, with Blood Angels, with a bunch of stuff, with just model ranges going, poor sculpts coming out, which isn't great. I appreciate that. But it's it is what it is. You know, we can't turn back time or make Games Workshop change direction on any of this. Like I said, if I ever did go, actually, do you know what, we are going to do a Codex Death Watch? I think that would be great, but what would it really be? Really, it should have just been this detachment here that also then says, just take Space Marines. Or, you know, probably what most people will do if they're just casually gaming at home, they just run the index still. So make sure you downloaded it if it existed and just play that still, and, you know, keep rocking it with those rules, because no one can tell you not to do that unless you're going to a tournament where they specifically say otherwise. But if it's just you and your mates down the local gaming club, I think, as you say, most people won't mind. Or if you want to run an extra Corvus Black Star with your agent allies, most people won't mind, because you're still paying the points for the stuff. It's not like this will be horrendously unbalanced and spammy. I don't think the Corvus Black Star, despite looking cool, is probably going to be that great either. So I would have thought people would have an issue with it. I mean, I love the idea of the Death Watch. I bought the extra box. I definitely want to add in one or two. I've got 2 Death Watch units now. I've got the Corvus Black Star I could build. I would love to add that in. I'd theme it up in the same way as before, so it can fit in with my Minotaurs and my Krieg. And I love the idea that I could just run these guys in addition to it. The idea of having 6 squads and, 3 Black Stars and a bunch of Rhinos actually sounds like quite a cool army from a visual point of view, just because I really love the old Death Watch Kill Team sculpts, but that would be just too much to paint up for my poor brain to cope with.
Okay.
But I have a real soft spot for Death Watch, so I will try and make it work, even if it's just a small force in addition to another army, which ultimately is what they were always meant to be. So I don't mind that personally, but I know other people that have the full armies will lament the loss of the special issue ammunition for their whole Space Marine army and the cool rules and the kill teams that they had. So that's a shame, but this is the new world that we have to live in, I guess, unless you just resist and do what you want at home.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. Well, there we go. That was Imperial Agents. Hopefully you enjoyed what we had to say on that topic. I appreciate it wasn't the most super positive perspective you probably have ever heard on it, although I imagine most people's sentiment towards this thing aligns with our own. It's just more disappointment to me. As I say, I really liked 9th edition and even 8th edition kind of Inquisition rules. I thought they were super fun and really added a lot of flavour and opportunity to express your hobby in the game. This to me is just a bit sort of short of those expectations. It doesn't really kind of satisfy in any real way, but
it's got potential. Like next edition, if they do another version of this, give us some more models, refine the agent rules in terms of what you're selecting and things like that, ultimately fix Death Watch. This could be really good. I mean, I still think it's good, but it's got some really awkward bits to it, which sort of let it down.
Yeah, agreed. Well, there it is. Transitional noise. It's kind of a bonus segment, although it's not, because it will be, advertised and spoken about in all the areas where we talk about it. But not content with having only spoken about an Age of Sigmar tournament that I did in the last episode, Phil has also been abroad, everybody, on a plane. Ooh, jolly good. heading over to the lovely land of, I want to say Gibraltar. Was it Gibraltar, Phil?
It was Gibraltar, otherwise known as The Rock.
The Rock, as made famous by that movie with what's his face in it.
That wasn't about Gibraltar, though. That was Alcatraz, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. That was Alcatraz. Was it Sean Connery?
Yes, it was. And
wasn't that the thing he said? That he said it's all right to give her a shot?
yes, if she talks back, I think, in that famous interview. Yeah.
Different times. But anyway, yes, so you went to not Alcatraz, but Gibraltar to participate yet again, Phil, in a no retreat. The exclusive, secret Slippery Fingers Club invited you back again. Strange, Phil, that you should get yet another invite. What is it about you, Phil, that makes you so special?
Well, this time it was because I had a nice new army. Previous times,
did you have the? Forgive me, Phil. It's an application process, right, where you have to submit pictures of your miniatures and show the quality of your work.
Yes.
Did you have pictures and examples of what you were doing when you applied?
Yes.
Finished miniatures?
Not finished.
Oh,
I had photos of all my work in progress stuff that I'd sent them, like finished built models, but none painted. But having previously won an award there for my painting of my army, I think they had faith in what I could do.
There you go. You exploited your pre-existing relationship to gain favour with their entirely, what's the terminology here? Fair and completely non-biased recruitment system.
I mean, potentially, yes. I mean,
I'm only joking, and it sounds great. So to be fair, like what you had already kind of crafted in terms of the early greens, the early sculpts, the early work was very impressive. So I'm not surprised that they saw what you were doing with your Thunder Warriors, wasn't it? In the end, Phil, it was Thunder Warriors.
Yeah, it was my Thunder Warriors that I'm running as custodies.
Makes sense. But yeah, I'm not surprised when they saw those early kind of concept images that they, jumped to the opportunity for you to bring that along. And I'm sure in many ways, I mean, it's great that obviously it happened because quite unexpectedly, I mean, full transparency, not that I'm needing to tell you this because I told you this to your face many times. I didn't think you'd actually get it done. I thought you'd be taking the crew.
I don't know if I'd have been allowed to be honest, but I mean, maybe. However, I'm glad I got it done. So I started the Thunder Warriors project probably a good 3 years ago. It was when AOS 3 first came out. I had the idea for the Thunder Warriors. Basically, Zorbazorb had done a video about his AOS 3 box and how he didn't actually play AOS and turn them into Thunder Warriors. And I was like, oh, Thunder Warriors, let's look up about those. And then I went down the rabbit hole. And here I am now. I mean, I wasn't sure if I was going to get it done myself. I completed the army 2 days before I flew out. I basically spent the last 2 and a bit months solidly building and painting. Actually, no painting. I'd already built it about 2 months ago. But yeah, basically I took time off work because I freelance, so I have that sort of. Luckily, I could do that, and it was needed because if I had work to do, I would have actually struggled to get it done to a nice standard at least. So yeah, it's been a long old process.
Yeah, no, that is for sure true, man. I mean, again, it was really incredible with those early ones that you were doing. Again, as you say, the kind of reference for Zorbazorb and the stuff that he was doing, obviously, cool to see. But I mean, mate, yeah, like I think, truthfully, yeah, like the results that you have been able to create, and I think the overall kind of force when all together is really, really cool. I'm sure you look at it and see nothing but imperfections and cut corners. But for someone like myself, I think there's a a lot to love on display there, mate. I think you've done very well.
Do you know what? Normally I would say yes, but actually when I look at this, I'm just like, oh, it's phenomenal. I really love
That's
it.
sort of
Like,
great, actually. Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. There's a few things I would have liked to have done in terms of painting that I know I can add on to. So I loved the idea of copying the Rogue Trader like markings on the armor where they say like die, die, die or kill, but it's spelled KIL on the armor in the Rogue Trader book artwork. And I would have liked to have added that on, and I would have liked to have done some more oil streaking on the armor to weather it a bit further. But now I look at it, I might do the oil streaking, but I'm not 100% sure I'll do the writing on the armor. At least maybe not on this part of the army that I've done so far. Maybe with newer stuff that I build, I might add that too. And I think actually the time limitations I had actually helped speed me up, because there were a few times I was being quite indecisive about color schemes or painting methods or what particular things I wanted to do in terms of the build process. And sometimes I just had to like make a decision and be like, well, I've got to live with it because I don't have time to dilly-dally. And ultimately I think most of the stuff there's nothing I really regret and go, oh, I wish I could have done this differently. So, which I think is a good sign that I'm happy with it. And, I think it looks great. I like the color scheme. I like the tone of it. The gold looks different from like Custodes gold. Which is good. I'm pretty pleased with it. And if I didn't have this event to paint for it, I probably would still be working on this army for like another 2 years. So I'm kind of glad I had a good motivation to get it done.
No, I think the thing that's really great about it, and again, I suppose at the moment, so, for people obviously listening along, if you go to Beyond the Tabletop on Instagram, you'll see some photography. It's fair to say Phil probably hasn't quite, fully exhausted the potential for photography on the actual finished stuff, right?
Yes, no, I did a group photo just before I flew out. There's some photos of all my games that I've played in, but I need to do some like solo shots and sort of like beauty shots of all the units and individual models and like reels and what have you. So I'll hopefully do that over the coming weeks when I get a bit more time to just sit down and do that basically, because I'd like to show them off a bit more from what you've currently seen, because in the build up I decided to not show too many work in progress, but I like teased a little bit, so I showed lots of close-ups of different elements of it because I wanted it to be a bit more of a big reveal, and for the people at No Retreat I wanted it to be a bit of a surprise as to what it actually all looked like in the end, like as it came together.
No, that's fair, man. I think what would be great to see, at least, something I would ask for, I suppose, is if you could try and, when putting that together, actually, one of the things I always really enjoy about how you hobby in particular is how much you kind of dive into the details and focus on injecting narrative into these things or coming up with a kind of in-universe kind of lore reason for these things being where they are. And I feel like what's great about these is you've got so much personality and so much individuality within each of these different sculpts. I feel like you owe it to yourself, and it definitely would be great to see you kind of layering character onto each individual kind of warriors and, coming up with a kind of narrative around them and giving them their sort of glories and other things, your new recruits, your veterans, your Primarch, as it were. I'm assuming the geezer standing up on the rock, mounted on a jet bike, is that a Primarch for the army? Is there any?
No, no. So that's still to come. That's TBC.
Oh,
basically.
No way.
So, so the Primarch in the lore of Thunder Warriors is just a regular guy who's just the leader of the Legion. So he's the leader. I'll tell you a bit more about him in a second. So there's two guys on rocks, which are like my captains. So there's one with a pistol and a shield. So he was sort of meant to be like the main captain of the army, but in terms of rules, I decided to make him not my warlord. I made that my jet bike guy purely because he kind of looks cooler, but also potentially if I ever needed to do a secret mission, he's the best placed person to do one of those secret missions. So I was like, game wise, it makes more sense for it to be him. So I've both given them names on all my Instagram posts. I've talked about them, given them a little backstory and stuff.
So I have
done
for not
some of those bits already. Well, it was only in like one post for each one, but it would have been under the reels, I think, where I tend to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, the Primarch character is, I can't remember if I gave him a name or not, but he's basically the Red Wolf. So I've got one of, so Belladonna Volga, I think is her name, who's the vampire character riding a wolf. Or,
yes,
from like the Curse City aesthetic models for Soulblight Grave Lords. So the rock is that she stood on is the rock that the Jetbike guy's on, but the wolf that's going to be circling around her is going to be the pet wolf of the Primarch. He's going to have some sort of red wolf banner of some kind, I think, as well.
Love that.
So I've got some. So the idea is that will either represent in-game Trajan for 40k and Valdor for Heresy, or potentially I will do those as two separate characters. So maybe it'd be Trajan in 40k, but like a Triumph? Something or other. There's another like one rank down from Trajan.
The Tribune.
Tribune, that's it. Yeah, I knew you'd be going with a T, and it's like it's not a Praetor. What is it? Yeah, Tribune. So it might be that, and then potentially another model for Valdor. So yeah, I've got ideas brewing in my head for different characters and what they can represent. When I was doing the list, I had an entire spreadsheet to basically break down all the differences between the Heresy and 40k units and what can represent what in each one and what crossover there is and which ones don't cross over and will have to be unique and stuff like that.
I mean, I know I've said this to you before. I kind of feel like you should just do Valdor as Valdor.
Yes, I remember you saying that. I understand your logic, but I don't want that.
I think it'd be amazing though, man, because Valdor does fight with the Thunder Warriors.
Well, no, he fights the Thunder Warriors, not with them.
No. But before that, he fought with them.
Oh, okay.
So
right. Historically.
Yeah. So because Valdor was like the first of like the Emperor's custodians, first of his like soldiers, first of his.
Oh, so that would make sense. You are right.
Yeah. So he actually built here. Valdor came. I think Valdor predates Thunder Warriors. I think he basically.
I think so. Yeah, I think the custodians did come first. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like uncommon it wouldn't be uncommon for that to happen. And I think in a way, I think narratively, it's a really cool thing to have like Valdor just be Valdor, and then like you say, you can take one as Trajan and do that as your Red Wolf, which I think is a really really great idea as well. I think as well, like I think what's actually really cool about your stuff as well with this, I think what I quite like about it is it almost sort of represents maybe a point where these Thunder Warriors are maybe a bit more kind of rank and file, a little bit more pristine, a little bit more kind of well-behaved. And maybe you could like add some extra units to it where they're a little bit more of the kind of, angry, not to be trusted warlord people. Some more like very dastardly characters, a little like more ragtag.
Yeah, I had a plan to do more generic, what would be like Custodian Guard with the spears, but I would represent them with actual just bolters and chainswords, and those ones would be a bit more menacing looking. Like rather than having clips, they've got the sort of just like threads of rounds, like how the Chaos have them just sort of dangling loose down. So they've got more of a ununiform look to them. So yeah, I would like to do more of that you say ragtag individualistic style. Maybe
you can represent that with more of like not the techno barbarians, because those were the ones that the Thunder Warriors smashed in, but like maybe like having some of the more kind of human elements, so leaning into Agents of the Imperium, which we were talking about earlier. Maybe looking at things like the Inquisitorial agents, or even like some of the other human units, and sprinkling a couple of those in where it's like, more kind of maybe looking at some of those like Dark Oath sculpts or something and starting to bring those over.
I mean, I was looking just yesterday, the new store anniversary mini. You know, the one that I described, Tim the Sorcerer with he's got like a sort of skull helmet on, and I was like, oh, he's awesome. And I was like, how could I use that? And I was like, maybe that could be some kind of astropathy wizardy type thing for my Thunder Warriors in some way, or kit bash bits of him, or take the helmet off and maybe put that on a Thunder Warrior or something.
I'm fairly confident at that early juncture they weren't that into the well, maybe they were more tolerant of the mutant type contingency back then. Maybe they had a bit more time for the mutated, but yeah, I imagine the kind of psychers and other things were probably not given the best of times during the unification wars, but who knew?
Yeah. No, I'm not sure.
I mean, the Emperor was going around basically closing down all religion, so but maybe he was okay with psychics. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, given that he himself is one, I suppose he probably has a relative sympathy for it. But who knows? Who knows for sure? But mate, I think, you know, again, like as a force or as a collective of just really beautiful minis, I think it's great. I mean, obviously we talked about it a little bit in terms of maybe some extra stuff to add to it. Is this for you now, and we'll get into the list in a moment, but is this for you now something that you're going to retire for the foreseeable and move on to another project? Or are you really feeling like actually it'd be really cool just to add in a couple last little things with a little less time pressure, add just a few little bits to it to really kind of round it out? Or is this basically this kind of is it for now, I suppose?
I mean, yeah, part of me is a bit tired from having done all the work on it to maybe give it a brief pause. However, I think I would like to add more to it, partly because I want to make it a heresy army as well. So I've probably got another like 1,000 odd points to make to it. But even for 40k, I'd really like to do the Ventari like jump pack guys. I've got loads of bits for that. I got the new Age of Sigma Skaventide box to have the flying guys to represent them. I've got some jump packs already for those guys, so I think that would be a cool conversion to work on. I've got the Terminator guy that I've already got built. I sort of blue tacked him on because actually he's meant to be holding a heresy like casualty guy that I've still not worked out what legion I'm going to paint that up in. So I've got him to sort of finish off for this existing army.
Do it as Dark Angels.
Yeah, but I didn't know if I should go for like a traitor legion or a loyalist one. I thought might also be interesting.
Famously, the Dark Angels, being the first legion, are basically the ones that essentially eradicate basically Dark Angels turn up and murder all the Thunder Warriors. They're basically,
so it makes sense to do them.
Yeah. Well, again, to be honest with you, I don't even know if they had the distinction of being Dark Angels at that point, but basically, yeah, the final stand of the Thunder Warriors is against the Astartes, and it's the First Legion, and basically they all turn up in black armor, i.e. the Astartes, and just unceremoniously murder them all.
I can't remember who it is because there's a story in book 1 of the Heresy where this is the Black Book, where there's apparently Thunder Warriors that break out of a prison in space.
Oh,
I can't remember which legion it was that fought them. It was potentially either Dark Angels, but I want to think it's like Iron Hands. But I'm not actually sure which. I'd have to look it up. So maybe something like that might be thematic.
Yeah, potentially, mate. Potentially. I mean, definitely having a Dark Angel casualty isn't very representative of what happens to them. I don't think
I'm sure they killed some. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, they tried their best. Yeah, I mean that was also at the point where their bodies were just falling to bits because they obviously were dealing with the fact that they were built to fail. You know, it's like an Apple iPhone. They've got to that point where there's one too many updates, and now they're now all of a sudden their processor isn't quite running as fast as it once was.
Yeah, that's quite true. Quite true. But yeah, I do have ideas to add to them. I do have some other projects that I need to work on maybe first. Like, as we've said quite a few times, I've got this, we've got this upcoming Teams event for
that's true.
AOS, so I sort of need to go back to that for at least the next 2 months, and then maybe after that, either back to the Thunder Warriors or potentially a bit of Old World and do some work on that. I feel also after this No Retreat event, I'm quite inspired to do some terrain as well.
Nice.
So maybe I should do some of that as well.
That'd be great. That'd be really great. I think, I guess really for this army though, I mean, to make it heresy compliant, there are obviously specific type of vehicles that custodians can't necessarily use in heresy that they can use in 40k, land raiders specifically. But I guess, yeah, like if you're focusing on like, yeah, how you make it more kind of heresy appropriate, maybe there are some vehicles that you could add to it that might give it the extra flair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy with the idea that it's mostly an infantry army. Obviously, I've got the jet bikes, and I've done them in a way where I can swap out the bases to be the correct sizes. I have this idea in the back of my head of like doing a dreadnought, but rather than the operators interned within it, it's basically he's sort of on the back of it with some knobs and levers. Controlling it, so he's still alive and well, rather than a later version where dreadnoughts are for the casualties of the army. So the way I look at everything is what is a precursor or prototype version of what would be. So the bikes sort of a bit more ramshackle than what would later be the Space Marines. What I've done as proto-Terminators are similar, and I guess what would be a precursor for a dreadnought is how I sort of try and imagine it in my head. What would that look like?
Yeah, I suppose that's it, isn't it? Right? Because I suppose the dreadnought thing isn't really, the way to go with it. But mate, no, honestly, again, an inspiring project, something that I think say whatever you will, I think your ability to conceive and create these really like beautifully unique armies and really amazing kind of concepts is really amazing. I know when it came to like your Nighthawks, I feel like your Nighthawk work is so subtle and so kind of unpronounced. Like people who don't know, but ultimately the amount of work you put into trying to create unique sculpts and builds of Nighthawk was incredible. And again, for someone like myself who knows how much work has gone into it, it's really impressive. But I think objectively, when you put that down on the tabletop, it looks like Nighthawk. And from a distance, you don't appreciate the fact that you've sculpted, a weapon to be in the left arm rather than the right arm or whatever kind of crazy things you did with those guys. But then, and then your Krieg are very much like your kind of very sort of first return to 40k army. But again, even things like the work you did on the Minotaurs. So I think, ultimately, it's just that way that you kind of take these concepts. And I think in a way, this is so kind of innately like the evolution of you as a sort of hobbyist and what you're kind of able to do. Because this is next level. Like the fact that you have basically built an entirely custom sculpted army and it is coherent and consistent. I think that's the real trick of it. The fact that it actually looks like a complete thing and like you've kind of maintained a consistent style throughout. It's really incredible, mate. And I mean, I think you should be really proud of it. And obviously, spoilers, you did win an award for it at the event as well, which I think is well deserved, mate. I mean, the quality of competition at No Retreat is understandably high, but I can't imagine anyone maybe they did, but this is quite extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, my army was, it's very heavily converted. Every single model has probably a good 4 or 5 different kits, or from a range of different kits. So there's Space Marines, there's Stormcast, there's green stuff on everything, there's guitar wire and other bits. There's my own kits like from my shop that I use on every one, and there's and then there's like Death Guard for the torso chest pieces. So a lot of work's gone into it. However, at the event there were definitely some armies that were equally as converted. So there's a guy, Stephen, who I played. He has a Grey Knight army, but it's all effectively Primaris scale. where he's used sort of modern Space Marine sculpts, I think, and kind of Grey Knightified them, and even his Dreadknights and stuff is all converted. And there were a couple of other armies like that where every single model has like been reposed or resculpted in some way. So even though I think, oh my God, I put a lot of effort in, there were other people out there who did an equal like amount of effort into their armies, just from the conversion point of view, let alone the painting and stuff. And yeah, some people there had probably spent way more time painting their army up, but maybe the army's not as converted, but there are often lots of conversions in those as well, but they're just not maybe as obvious, I think.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, isn't it, right? It's like, ultimately, it's no surprise that the majority of people present all put lots of really great work into it. And again, for all of the hyperbole, the bants that I started with, it's fair to say that, that is, it's evident that is something that would earn a spot at an event like No Retreat, which is great. And I think, fair play to you, pal. I think it's a gorgeous army. My only last ask in terms of the photography side of things is I almost feel like you need to get like some of those like atmospheric kind of shots done for it, really lean into some of the grim dark element of it, or try and really kind of build something quite photogenic into it. Because I feel like, I mean, obviously I'm going to be really anticipating seeing the 360 shots or the images on like the clean white or black backgrounds. But I feel like, there'd be, I almost want to see you do those old school Forge World campaign book style photography. It's like
that would be amazing. Yeah. With which is a bit more photoshopped. Yeah, I mean, I would like to, and again, talking about scenery, I would like to almost have like a sort of photo booth scenery kit. So I've got some painted up pieces of scenery that I can use as the backdrop for when I'm photographing models and stuff. So again, that is like a project in and of itself. So maybe I'll do that at some point. So I can sort of take, as you say, more like in-world photos. So it looks a bit nicer than just my green cutting mat, which is what I normally use as a backdrop.
Yes, no, indeed. Not to sort of speak ill of those particular things. I just think, when you make something that cool, and obviously you're already injecting the narrative into it, but some of that photography as well, I think will really kind of take it up a level. But anyway, so we've been talking about this because you went to SN Battle Reports. Is that the full title, or is it just SN for them?
SN No Retreat. But the YouTube that they have is SN Battle Reports. It's mostly run by Pardo, but there's a bunch of other guys behind the scenes. They predominantly only do Horus Heresy now in terms of their YouTube content. They sort of pivoted away from 40k this edition because they've been just enjoying Heresy more. But they're the people that run this event. They do normally an annual GT as well, and they do a Heresy No Retreat event, which is apparently wildly more thematically done as like a campaign, with like maps and all sorts of mini game and videos and stuff. All the sorts of things you like, Dan, as the presentation of the missions and stuff like that. They do for the Heresy stuff, which sounds amazing. So if you're at all into those kind of things or want to go to one of their events or want to check out their YouTube channel, I'm sure there'd be maybe a link, or just SN Battle Reports, I think it is.
No, I'll chuck a link in. I think, we definitely should do that. I think, like you say, they are moving away from 40k. Or was this the last No Retreat for 40k for the foreseeable?
That's what they've said, although during the weekend, I think we were all trying to twist Pardo's arm to keep doing it. I think there might be talk of doing some kind of one for next year, but who knows? So maybe it will come back, but this was meant to be the last one that they were doing for 40k.
I mean, Pardo has consistently, through SN Battle Reports, put out a number of live streams and videos where he's spoken quite passionately about his troubles with 40k 10th edition. I think we've all, as certain seasoned gamers, had our quibbles and our concerns about the state of 10th edition. Those of you who've listened to us for a long time will know that we have definitely and consistently grumbled about where we see the state of the game. But I do think there is a difference between, 40k 10th edition in the general sense, and then 40k when played in this kind of environment with this kind of ethos and this kind of attention to detail at the end of the day. Like I've always said this about the work that Tom does at RFW and what he puts together with his 40k events, although again, like SN, RFW have moved away from doing 40k. I think the thing is that's always really great is that, yes, 40k as a game maybe isn't quite as expressive as older editions, and potentially the rules are, quite legalese in their presentation, and the way the game is played is very dependent on very specific type of terrain, etc. But I think the thing that's always really kind of irked a number of people when it comes to the kind of over-competitive, over-tournament emphasis of 40k is, first of all, the presentation of the game. I was watching the London Grand Tournament over the weekend, an incredible event. I've been to it many times. Really fun place to go and share your love and passion and enthusiasm of 40k. But it does always shock me with the way that the, competitive game of 40k and the sort of tournament standard is presented. And it's fair to say when you go to events like RFW, but most, notably in this instance, SN's No Retreat, those horrific, really low detail MDF L shapes are such a far distant concept from what you're seeing here, right? I mean, the quality of the terrain, the quality of the boards is not consistent, but consistently good.
Oh yeah, no, it's really high. There were some boards I just absolutely loved. So one of them I got to play on, which was it actually was the old school Sector Imperialist terrain, but like very rusty and weathered looking, and had
the Cities of Death, you mean?
Yeah, the Cities of Death stuff. Yeah, so I got to play on that one twice actually, which I didn't mind, and because it looked so gorgeous, and just had this weird not weird. It was just like a super matte finish to it, so it just looked really nice, and I always really like that effect. There was a couple of sort of jungle ones with actual sort of bark branches where they'd flock to them and stuff, and I sort of really wish I got a chance to play on that one because it had an overgrown bunker. There's some crashed ship ones, there's some volcano ones with some Sector Mechanicus terrain. Each one is different. The mat is themed to the board. The objectives are all pre-placed for you, and basically each there's 3 or 4 tables share a deployment zone. So you're all playing the same mission, but depending on which table on, you've got a different deployment zone, and that's basically preset based on the objectives. So you get a different experience depending on where you're playing in the hall, which was really well done, and the objective markers are sort of nice and transparent, so they all complement the board that you're on. They're not like some big, black pie plate with a gaudy logo stuck on it. So,
although they did have gaudy logos stuck on them.
I mean, no, it's not gaudy. It does say SN in the centre, but it's it's just black on a transparent thing. So I don't mind that at all. It's barely visible when you're playing. The terrain's really gorgeous.
It, Phil. A logo on it. There you go.
Yes, it has a logo. Yeah, and they even did scatter terrain. So some had pebbles, some had the snow ones had a bit of snow scattered around, not actual snow, but snow flock type stuff.
I can't imagine that would last too long in Gibraltar.
No, I know. So the terrain and the tables, they put loads of effort in, and obviously some of them were new for this year, and I think each year they always try and sort of up them each time as they go. Basically everything gets played as ruins, so it's all relatively suitable for competitive play. But you might get some bad matchups. So for example, there's one with which I played on in my first game, and it's these big Necron monoliths made of, I guess, polystyrene or something. And yes, you can technically, if they're ruins, walk through them, but they're very big. So actually you'd need probably a decent move ability or an advanced roll to just go through them and things like that. And you can't end in them because they're solid lumps of terrain. So you do have to make some compromises when you're, playing it, but obviously you agree up front with your opponent what everything represents, so you're all on the same page. But ultimately it's lots of line of sight blocking terrain, so you're not getting blown off the table for the first few turns, which is good.
I think there's a thing though, to me, like I'm much more in favor of that style of gaming where we turn up to a table and we have to adjust our strategies or work around the terrain. I've always been more of an advocate for that. And yeah, again, for me, it's much more important that we get that kind of really cool theming and that really cool kind of immersion. 40K of old used to always feel like a game where you wanted to kind of get in there and get amongst it, and kind of it was very visceral. It was very like it was very imaginative in the way that you could kind of deploy and use armies and make it feel very kind of emotive in the way that the games are playing. Like it was very evident at a glance what was happening on the tabletop. Whereas, like obviously with the certain types of terrain layouts that we have now in the competitive scene, it becomes very heavily focused around hiding and optimizing your output and trading, which again is the nature of the game when played a specific kind of way. But I do feel like people with the right kind of attitude and people playing with the right kind of outlook, as well as on the right sorts of boards with the right kinds of people, can definitely generate really great experiences, which is definitely the thing that you see here. And again, just to finish the point on the LGT stuff, I felt like, to me, when watching the London Grand Tournament this weekend, it reminded me, and I had a moment where I thought to myself, God, like 6-7 years ago, we were all like, not attacking, but we were all kind of critiquing the London Grand Tournament for its awful polystyrene terrain. Yeah. And it's intriguing to me how much time has changed that. Now, obviously, the terrain is objectively better than the old polystyrene stuff they were using back in the day, but there definitely has increasingly been less of an emphasis on making beautiful boards. So much so that the board that they were using on the top table that was being streamed was essentially one of the most visually intensive mats with all sorts of geometric and shapes and colors in all directions. And then they're putting this terrain with complete disregard for any of the layouts that are actually on the floor. So you've got like a map that's got like red and green and blue and gray and black. It's just like this. It's like someone's thrown up on the screen, and then you got these really bland, painted, but essentially just sort of sprayed grey terrain pieces that are just sort of scattered around all these like directions, and then these really garish objective markers that the players are using, usually covered in all sorts of logos and crazy stuff. And you look at the game, and you're just like, could they not have just, I don't know, done something like what No Retreat has done here and invest, like just for the top table, invest in someone to do like a nice set that looks nice. I get that you want to have people have the same experience on all the tables, but at the same time, you do have to think about marketing this thing to people. And I do feel like more people would find the game more compelling if it looked a bit more like maybe what they're seeing in like the video games or the Amazon show or whatever, It
or Warhammer Plus or like their own back reports. I mean, if you wanted to try and promote the game to other people, they'd be much better off just getting a really nice, simple, either grey tone or green matte with some basic graphics on there, but done in a way where you can place the train wherever you want and it's not out of place. You're not having a building being sat on a road or anything like that.
Yeah.
But then you're still using Games Workshop terrain that's nicely painted to a decent standard for that one table where you're live streaming, and you just make sure that terrain's roughly the same size and shapes of the tournament terrain pack that you're using everywhere else. Because, as you're saying, considering how much time has passed since that first London GT where they used that awful polystyrene terrain, the terrain that I saw when you sent me that link for the top table hadn't really improved all that much. And I feel like they've almost overcompensated with the kind of the crazy map design to make up for the fact that the buildings are barely painted and that it's a very simple design of those MDF terrain pieces. And whenever I look at stuff like that, I'm like, that's not the hobby that I like and enjoy. And yes, you can get a functional game, and if you're just a tournament player, unfortunately that's what mostly they care about, because they're there for the game. But to me, there's always got to be certain level of immersion in it. And that's the one thing I really enjoy about the No Retreat events is there's a real sense of immersion in the games that you're having, because one, your opponent's got a beautiful army, but you're also playing on a really beautiful table as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like, you need that kind of beauty in order to kind of become immersed in it. Again, like you say, like, why? For the LGT, they may as well just go for like super generic light grey matte, super generic light grey terrain, and at least then it's like, okay, cool. And then the models and the miniatures stand out more, maybe, and then maybe it's easier to follow gameplay and the ebbs and flows and stuff, because. Yeah, it's just like, basically it's just an assault on the senses, the way that they present that stuff. But what I'm seeing from the photography you took, it looks like, yeah, the terrain's amazing, which is great. And obviously the caliber of player is very, very good, not in a competitive sense, but just in a kind of personality and general kind of behavior sense. Because, Phil, No Retreat is, as I was indicating at the point, a event that you apply to attend. So essentially, Pardo arbitrates and oversees the attendees each year, and people apply online. It's fair to assert that, you know, certain people who have attended in the past get some degree of preferential treatment, but it seems reasonable to suggest that they're doing what they can to try and bring new people in. But obviously there is a finite amount of people who can also qualify, but then also afford, because we know certainly from listeners to the show, there are people who are able to paint or play to a standard that is, you know, air quotation marks, acceptable or potentially exceptional, but maybe aren't able to afford it. Because it's not a cheap weekend away, is it, in all seriousness, my friend?
Well, no, because I think you can make it a bit cheaper. So obviously you got to fly out there for a start.
You could walk there.
You can choose BA, but you could also choose EasyJet if you want the cheaper option. It's the event itself is I think it's a 5-star. It's a very fancy luxury hotel boat. I don't know how many stars it actually is. I'll just assume it's a 5-star. So that in itself is very fancy. If you want to stay there, which is what they recommend, you get a discount on your hotel room, but it's still very expensive because it's just a very nice fancy room. However, and there were other people there that were sort of just staying at like an Airbnb round the corner or in the city, because it's quite a small place. So you can do that and it's easy to get to the event, and that's not a problem. So it is expensive because you're going away. It's like flights, it's hotel, it's, you know, food and accommodation and, you know, all of that stuff. But you can make it a bit cheaper on yourself if you really want to. But even then, it's, you know, it's like we were saying in the last episode, just going to Warhammer World is quite expensive. That's hotels are like at least £100 a night. You've got to at least go for 3 nights. It sort of all adds up, basically.
Yeah.
So there are, I appreciate there are some, you know, benchmarks to get in. You've got to apply. You've got to like give a little description about yourself and the hobby, what the hobby means to you, what you do for the hobby. I think it's, it's almost like trying to reward people that put stuff out there, for the hobby for other people, whether that's, might be YouTube videos, and that certainly was back in the past. There was some YouTube people there, but it was also, you know, people like me that does a podcast, or someone that does tutorials or helps in some way in the hobby. So it's, who knows what their actual metric is for deciding, but they do a good job of getting a nice group of people that all get along with each other, that all play in the spirit of the hobby and the game. While there are people that are very good and competent and competitive, it's everyone's doing it in a nice way. And, I would say this year it was more chilled in terms of the lists that people were taking, whereas in previous years it has been a bit more cutthroat, because there's always like a small contingent of people that like really want to win, whereas I don't feel like there was that at all this year. But obviously, people like Lawrence went, and he's just a good player, for example. Yeah. So he probably doesn't even need to try, in terms of, and he would always do well, which, spoilers, he did.
Yeah, he's just winning at life, that guy. But, so I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? Like, at the end of the day, if you would like to attend No Retreat, and obviously Phil's a great advocate for all of my kind of quips. Clearly, first and foremost, you need to be playing Horus Heresy by the sounds of it, because it doesn't sound like they're doing 40k again. But essentially, you go through the application process. You get judged on a number of nebulous criteria, but seemingly doesn't hurt if you are contributing, doesn't hurt if you're able to paint a hobby to a good standard or pay someone to do it for you. They do support and allow people to submit commissioned armies, correct?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Do the people who turn up with commissioned armies get looked down on, Phil? Do you throw things at them and spit at them for their impunity?
I mean, we probably should, but honestly, they're quite nice people, so they get away with it. But here's the thing: they do the best army vote. So on the Sunday at lunchtime, everyone puts their armies out. And everyone puts their lanyards down so you know who's done it. But if it's commissioned, you don't put your lanyard down, so you can't vote on them. So they are aware that they are not winning that award or up or eligible for that award, which I think is a fair way of
that's fair.
about it.
That's fair. I think they should, have to wear like dunce's caps and some sort of some sort of ceremonial garb in addition to further, illustrate their status. But
that sounds great.
Exactly. But no, obviously, but to be fair, like not everyone is time rich and not everyone is able to, paint to a great standard. And, ultimately, it's great that they do support, the commission side of things. I think, I mean, there's a part of me that gets weirded out by certain aspects of it, but ultimately I'm not going to kick up a stink about it. You've heard my thoughts about it on previous versions of this thing. At the end of the day, it's a lot of people having fun together, playing a game and enjoying each other's company while looking at great painted minis on some great looking boards. So, I'm not gonna take that away from anyone. And ultimately, I actually think it's better that they support and allow people to submit commission armies and do so in a fully transparent manner rather than, not allowing people to come in, I suppose. So, and again, I would imagine if it were me and I was in Pardo's position, I'd try to prioritize or try to percentilely represent people who are able to paint, create, build their own stuff over people who pay to get their stuff commissioned, as it were. Like, I feel like I'd probably want to try and achieve maybe a 70-30 or 80-20 split in favor of the people that are doing it themselves. But at the same time, if I'm trying to flog what is, as we've established, quite an expensive event, I'm kind of just interested in people who can pay and actually turn up, I suppose, more than anything. It's like, did they pay for the ticket? Will they come? Great.
Well, this is a win. I mean, that's what you need to run an event on a purely logistic level. And I would say overall, I think every time I've been, the number of people that get commissioned army is on the smaller end. I would say there's probably like 5, maybe 6 commissioned armies out of like, this time it was like 26 people. So it's it's not overly represented, I don't think. So I would say they've got the balance quite right there.
No, I would agree with you. I would agree. So anyway, so you did your application, you go with your Thunder Warriors, you applied, you got in, everything's gravy. Now you got to do it, right? So you're getting on with it. It's been relatively well documented in past episodes of Lookout Sir, the trials and tribulations involved in trying to create a modern 40k army from custom scratch build minis. But Custodes basically have had points reductions, they've had changes, you've had to chop and change as things have gone on because the game is so, or at least it was up until a point quite fluid in the way that it was doing things. What was the final army that you settled on, and what was the decisions that led you to it? Because obviously at first it was more about least amount of effort relative to the most amount of points. But was there any strategy beyond that?
I mean, it still was that to an extent. The last points drop, basically, because I had a unit which is Pythorite Spears, which is a Forge World unit that was really expensive before, and it went down, I want to say, like 100 points because they matched it up with the Custodes squad, like the normal ones. So basically, after all the points adjustments happened, I had at least over 100 points to spare. So that's why I built the Assassin, and the Assassin I knew was a good, the Calidus Assassin specifically was quite good for doing secondaries because she gets the option to teleport off the table in your opponent's turn, and she could reappear. So she's meant to be good at that. So that's why I added her in. As one of those like relatively last minute changes. And I did a few little tweaks at the very end with the enhancements. And like I said earlier, I swapped the Warlord around. So in terms of who I have, I've got the Shield Captain on Dawn Eagle Jetbike. He became my Warlord because there's the secret mission where you need your Warlord on an opponent's objective in their deployment zone. And he's got lots of movement. So I was like, great, he'd be good at that. I gave him the Auric Mantle enhancement, which gave him 2 extra wounds to keep him alive. Fun fact, he pretty much died turn 1 in every single game. But then I did change my strategy halfway through, which did help mitigate that for a little bit. They've got just the Hurricane Bolters on them, purely more for the aesthetics of it. But also the one-shot, like, missile launcher just seemed a bit rubbish. Not one shot, but one shot per turn. Didn't seem that great, even though it's sort of high strength, high damage. So that was the Shield Captain on the Jetbike. Then I had a regular Shield Captain. He's got the Presidium Shield and Sentinel Blade. The Presidium Shield gives you +1 to your wounds. So he's okay. But the Sentinel Blade is only 1 damage and is junk. And I would probably, if I was to build more models, I would not run him again or the unit that has that weapon, because unless you're up against a real horde unit, it's not very good. And everyone says that basically the spears, the standard spears, is the best weapon because it's -2 damage and it's 2 damage. Sorry, -2 AP, 2 damage. Is a really good all-rounder. I've given him from the Halls of the Armory, though, which was +1 strength and +1 strength, +1 AP. I'm pretty sure. No, +1 damage. Sorry, not AP. +1 strength, +1 damage. So because it's I think it's like strength 4 normally becomes strength 5. I want to say. Then it's always -2, and then it's 1 damage becomes 2 damage. So that was to make him slightly tougher in combat. Then I had 2 Blade Champions. These were like my all-stars in the game. They're really good in combat. They've got 3 different attack profiles. So you've got basically one that does lots of hits if you want to kill a horde. You've got the generic one that's sort of pretty good, and I think it gives you sustained hits. Or you get the one that has precision but also gives you devastating wounds. I think... I think that. Or there's one that's precision, one that's devastating wounds. But devastating wound one is probably the best one that you can go for because it's -3 AP, 3 damage. So it's but it's the least number of attacks, but it's worth it. Sure. Nice. One of them has the Pepontispex, I think it's called, which ignores cover for that unit. I never used it once. I kind of either completely forgot about it and didn't use it. And that was one of the last minute changes that I made because I was like, oh, this might be quite useful, but I don't think it ever really came up because a lot of the time things aren't even getting the cover, or a lot of my opponents had, an invuln save, so it didn't make much difference because you're already on that. So those were my characters. I had, for Battle Line, I had 2 Guardian squads. One was a 4-man squad with Guardian spears, which were modeled to look like spears, but a bit more rustic because they had basically bolters and chainswords strapped together. And then I had a 5-man squad, which had they all had Presidium shields for that +1 wound. 4 of them had the Sentinel Blade, and then one guy has the Vexilla, which is the banner, and then the Misericordia, which is like a little dagger. So he's not as good in combat, but he's okay. But the banner gives you an extra OC, which, barely affects Custodes because they're so low OC. It is very rare you're actually going to be like, I actually outscore you when you're on an objective.
But it could make the difference now and again.
It can. It might have in one turn of one of the games. I think that's how often it would have made the difference. I had a squad of Aquilon Custodes, which is the Forge World Terminators. they've got basically power gauntlets, which are like power fists, and the twin Adraphic Destructor, which is a one shot per turn. I think it's strength 6 minus 3 AP, or maybe it's -2 and 3 damage. So it's like high damage basically. So they're quite interesting. They can, like for regular Terminators, once per game, do a shunt from one side of the board. Well, I can come off and go into deep strike reserve, basically. Then I've got my belly gun guys. So these are the Custodian Guard with the Pythorite Spears. So basically they've got melter guns, basically. So 5 melters. And these were, for some of my games, like my all-stars, because they were really good at shooting when I rolled well. And they're also as good as all the other custodies in combat as well.
Nice.
So they can still hit like a truck. So I would always deep strike them in, basically. Midway through my games, I changed tactics. So I basically put the shield captain, the regular shield captain, instead of going with the guys with the swords and shields, because most of the time they were just stuck on home objectives, because everyone I played against had some kind of deep strike capability or redeployability. So rather than having a big, what would have been 225 points plus a captain, which is 165 points, just sat on an objective doing nothing all game, which happened in several of them. I was like, I'll stick him with them so they can deep strike down. He's got the once per battle round ability to reduce the cost of a stratagem by 1, which was really good because there's a stratagem which allows you to do lethal or sustained hits from shooting, which is really good for them, especially when you're going up against vehicles. They've got once per game ability where you can get for 1 turn lethal hits and ignores cover. So if I combine them together, they're, once per game, I can get lethal and sustained hits on 6s and ignores cover with those 5 melter guns. So, and you reroll 1s natively to wound with them, like other guard. And if you're on an objective, you can reroll all your wound rolls as well, like most of the regular guard squads. So, that can come off and it'd be really good. I then had 5 wardens. They're the guys with axes, so they're less AP. It's only -1 but 3 damage, so they can be really good in combat if you can get them off. Their main gimmick is that they can have a once per game 4-up feel no pain, but you have to declare it at the start of the phase that you're going to do it in, which is often a bit tricky. So that can go off and be really good if you can time it right. Then the last few ones, I've got the Praetors, which are the bikes. So I've got a squad of 3 bikes again with the Hurricane Bolters. For the first, I think, 3 games, I had them babysat with the captain on bike, but then I decided to separate them out. So quite often, the last few games, I had the captain on bike on the home objective, so the bikes could go off and do things. But again, every single game, they just died 10-1. People just prioritized them. They were like, they look scary, I'm going to kill them. And then lastly, I had the Calidus Assassin, who was meant to go and jump about and do objectives, like the secondaries. But quite often I would maybe put her in a position which would score me points that turn, but then my opponent would just kill them the following turn, which maybe wasn't the best. Maybe I need to be a bit more conservative with her in a couple of those games and sort of sacrifice that secondary, because I know maybe I should go for safer secondaries, but, get more secondaries as the game goes on, but doesn't mean I'm scoring every single turn with her. So that was the list. I took them as the Shield Host, which is generic one. Not pretty much most people do.
Does that not have a sticky objective strat?
It does, yeah. So some of the games, that's why I had the captain. So you can only do it on battle line. And obviously I've only got 2 battle line. So for the first few games, that's why I had the captain with the sword and shield guys, because they would basically go onto their home objective, make it sticky and potentially go off of it.
And then they just jump.
But then people would jump. So I was always like, I've got to put someone on it anyway. And then I would just sometimes be doing the sticky with the other squad instead, and I'm just paying for it. So yeah, the fact that those guys are only 1 damage, every single army I faced, it was basically, better than Space Marines. For basically, I want to say 3 of the games, I was playing custody equivalents. And then one game was against Elder, and then the other was against Knights. So all high toughness, with the exception of the Elder, I guess. So they didn't really get much of a look in terms of their usefulness. So they were like my weakest unit in the army, I think. Whereas the Melter guys, probably one of my best. Wardens were pretty good as well, as were, the Blade Champions. They were by far the best, because them on their own can murder a unit, basically, if you just have to roll well. Which I know sounds like obvious, but actually they've got you just have to win, Dan, by rolling well.
Yes.
But they have the ability to do it pretty well on average, I would say.
Well, yeah. Just roll better, mate. That's all it is. Just got to get better at rolling sixes.
Yes, no, exactly. That's well. So the thing with the shield host is every battle round, start of battle round, you can do critical hits on a 5 to hit, or you can increase your AP by 1. So I think maybe in the first game I decided for 1 or 2 turns, and maybe it was the first turn, to increase my AP because I was up against Custodes and I had the Wardens that I wanted to get the better AP on. But every other game, it's like your base is critical hits, always going to be 5s. That's the best one. And then in the battle, when you're fighting in combat, you can pick on a unit by unit basis to either have lethal hits or sustained hits. So if you're against anything that you've got slightly lower toughness against your strength, so basically infantry, you're always doing sustained hits to get the extra hits. And then if you're up against vehicles, you're always doing lethal hits. That's sort of the general logic. So quite, I think, easy to play in terms of those concepts. Difficult to play because I probably had the lowest model count out of all the armies, with the exception of Knights, basically. I even amongst the other Custodes players, because there was 5 of us in total. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was 5, which was really high, actually. Normally there's loads of Space Marine players, but this time there's loads of Custodes players. They all pretty much was like, I don't understand how you've got so few models. One of them had a dreadnought and they still had more models than me, but admittedly a lot of them had sisters, like 1 or 2 sister squads to sort of help bulk out their armies, basically.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, let's be honest, right? They designed their armies around having some kind of gameplay synergy, even if they did just kind of, or rather, they built their army around the idea of, I want this because it's cool, I want this because it's cool. And, when you're not needing to basically customize every single miniature, it's a lot easier just to go, I'm gonna do one of these because it's cool. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, your downfall is the fact that your every one of your miniatures takes months to make, whereas theirs, even though they will have put a lot of effort into it, probably less so. But mate, look, I mean, as the list goes, I mean, it sounds terrible, but
how dare you? I mean, it wasn't optimized in any way other than, as you said, my initial logic was, what's the minimum number of models that I need to build and paint? So I was trying to go for like the most expensive stuff, especially with some of the Forge World stuff. But also I wanted it to be compatible with Heresy as well. So that was also some of that reason. Yeah, I mean, some of it is cool. Some of it is like, all cool. Some of it, there's definitely things I probably would change. Like I said, I don't think, having played it now, at least the armies I went up against, the sword and shield is a good idea. Or I should at least combine them so you can have spears and sword and shield. So you basically just got some guys with extra wounds to like tank for hits. That would be that one change alone would be a bit more competitive, because you've always got 2 damage in both units, basically.
Everything should have been a warden. That's the
well, that is the competitive build at the moment, is what people are saying, and not with axes but with spears, because that's the better weapon, basically. So that's the way to do it. I don't think I want that. I like the axes because they look cool. Basically.
No, I know you're going to WYSIWYG it and all the rest of it. I just literally I would have gone with, they're all wardens, they've all got spears, they've just got different weapons on the monies to indicate which is which squad.
Yeah, I mean, I could have done that.
But that's the thing, like, that's that's being, that's a different mindset than what this is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
This isn't about optimal and this isn't about good. It's just about rule of cool, leaning into those old hobby ideals, great looking boards, WYSIWYG armies, ride or die when it comes to, when it comes to these kind of things. It's not like one of those situations where, yesterday they changed the rules, so now your units of Cabalite warriors can have a splinter cannon, a dark lance, a shredder, a blaster, a blast pistol, a phantom grenade launcher, an agonizer, splinter rifles, and you go, yeah, it's got all of that, even though they're all just modelled with splinter rifles. It's like, this isn't that mentality. This is no, we're doing the hobby proud, which is cool. So, as we've established, probably not the most optimized army in the world. You had 5 games of Warhammer 40,000?
Well, I played a test game as well, so I technically played 6 of the event, but the actual event itself was 5 games.
Well, out of respect to the test game, because I'm sure they were a great opponent and it was a good time, who did you play in the tester? And how did that go? How did the beginning of your test experience begin?
So a lovely guy called Ian. I think he's Imperial Gaming, and I think there's a number after his name on Instagram. Really nice guy. He had a Space Wolf army. This was like a commissioned army. Weirdly, I think he actually bought the SN's old Space Wolf army off them, and then he had also commissioned the same painter who originally painted it to do some more. It was a very good army. He had Ragnar Blackmane was basically the bane of my life in that game. He literally mulched through several units. He had 2 units of the servo fire turrets that I was trying to deal with, because every time they hit and I failed to save, they would just instantly blow up one of the guys, because they've got the las cannons on them. So they were really good. He just had he had a lot of combat, basically prowess. He had some Thunderwolf cavalry and all of that. They were good. I got completely wiped off the floor in that game. But it was a fun game all the same. But yeah, Ragnar was the one that was going around doing the damage, basically.
Ragnar be like that. To be fair, Ragnar is Ragnar, there's a question. Is Ragnar the best captain?
What, for the Space Wolves?
Or just in
general? I mean, I can't say with authority, but from the kicking I got from him, it did feel like it. Another guy called Max was there, who also had Space Wolves and Ragnar, and I think he came 5th overall, so he did really well with them. So Space Wolves did well at this event, I think. And I think Ian overall, I want to say he won 4. Maybe he just he won 3 or 4 of his games. I think it was 4, but he just didn't score as well as some of the other people.
Yeah. Now, Ragnar feels pretty up there as, like, the guy that should be chapter master but isn't and is captain. Same sort of vibe as Lysander. Lysander's got that. Not the chapter master, but a very, very cool captain.
Yes.
But I think Lysander has fallen off a bit lately. I mean, to be fair, I was surprised Lysander even actually made it into the book, given the kind of mandate against Finecast minis. I'm asserting that 11th edition Space Marines will see the end of Lysander, or will get a new plastic sculpture, which I think would be great.
That sounds like it.
Yeah, Lysander might be up there. Anyway, it's a moot point. So, first game out of the block, got duffed up by Ragnar Blackmane, not feeling overly confident going into game 1, but, play it you will. What did you face, and how did it go?
Well, game 1 was almost a mirror match, because it was another Custodes player.
We're all playing Thunder Warriors, Phil. I think you need to remember that.
Yes.
We Thunder Warriors with Custodes rules.
Yes, exactly. So we joked that we were playing or replaying Mount Ararat, which is obviously the death nail of the Thunder Warriors, where the Custodes were also involved. And it felt like it. So because he had a very similar list, he had 2 Blade Champions, as I did. He had a Shield Captain Warlord with the Pythorite Spear and Presidium Shield, so the new one, but not that model, I don't think. I think he had his own converted one. But again, with the haul from the armory, so the +1 strength, +1 damage ability, again, like I had on mine. He also had a shield captain on Dawn Eagle Jetbike with Auric Mantle, which is the actual wounds, exactly like mine. So far, barring the war gear on the shield captain, like for like. Battle line, though, he only had 1 unit of Guardian Custodian Guards, 5-man with the spears. He then had a 3-man Alaris Custodians, which is a regular Games Workshop Terminators, so a bit like mine. He had, like me, a 5-man Warden squad. So very similar, but he actually had 2 of them, so he had a bit more there. He then had a squad of Prosecutors, which is just the bolt gun sisters. He also had a Telemon Dreadnoughts, which was very good. So that was pretty useful. He had a squad of the 3-man bikes, the Virtus Praetors, just like I did, and then he had another sister squad, this time of Witch Seekers, which are the Flamer ones. And
like you, Phil, he was using a lot of Stormcast Eternal minis.
Yeah, he did, yeah. So he had the bikes were amazing. They were I can't remember which squad it was exactly, but
the Chargers or whatever they're called from the Stormcast, the Griff Chargers?
Yes, it was the Griff, it was the Griff models that they were riding on, basically. They were gorgeously painted, and actually the Warlord one was the one from the new Scaventide box set. So he built and painted that very quickly. It was a very gorgeous army. It was, so I was playing Travis. He was over from America. He was there with his, partner. Very lovely, people that got on with him really well. Yeah, super nice chap. It was, a relatively tough game, I would say, being a bit of a mirror match, but he just had the more optimized, Custodes list, basically.
Yeah. Looks it.
In all of my games, bar the last one, I got the first turn, which was not ideal whatsoever for me. However, so there was a fun thing that happened turn 1. Basically, it was my Warden squad, so that was being accompanied with, I'm pretty sure it was the Wardens, being accompanied with the Blade Champion. Basically, I made an advance roll with them. I got a 6. I then needed to make a 10-inch charge into them, because Blade Champions, you can advance and charge once per turn, and I rolled a double 6. And he was like, oh my God, I can't. He was like, I placed them away that you would need a 6 to advance and then another 10 to get in. He's like, there's no way you're going to do that. But I did. So I managed to duff up one of his units turn 1, which was a great early move, but then everything else couldn't get in. So that was like the highlight for me, I would say, right at that turn 1.
You peaked so soon. You're like, oh, look at this. It's all coming up Millhouse. Oh, no, I'm dead.
No, I know. Unfortunately, so it was a good game, though. But, yeah, sadly, I lost. It was I got 60 points. He got 94. So he did, really well on the secondaries and the primaries as well, basically. It was a tough list to deal with, like, especially when you've got like, oh, here's my squad that just does 1 damage. And, I think the Telemon does -1 damage as well, cause it's like a Redemptor. But obviously all of the Custodies are like 3-4 wounds each. So
yeah.
It was a fun game, but it wasn't great for me, basically.
Not the strong opener you were hoping for. But don't worry, game 2 looks like you were facing Grey Knights, so I'm sure that went well.
So this was the one that was all converted up to sort of be like Primaeosified in terms of size. Another American, this guy, Steven. Oh, so Travis, I think placed, I want to say...
Above you?
Oh, no, I think he placed 4th or 5th, I want to say. Ooh. So he did really well. Stephen, no spoilers for how our game worked, but he placed 3rd. So he did very well as well. He was like... Even
after losing to you, he came 3rd.
Say it again?
Even after losing to you, he came 3rd.
Oh, I mean, if only. It's not to give the game away, but yeah, he plays just on another level. He's like a really lovely chap. He's very competent.
How did you end up playing this guy round 2 after coming off a loss then?
Good point. I think he lost. He must have lost his first game, because I think the only person that did 5-0 was the winner. So I think he lost his first game, but then must have won all his others. Yeah, I think that's how it went. So let me talk to you about his list. He's got 3 librarians. Now, if I remember correctly, they all have some kind of warp fire psychic ability. But it's an ability, so it goes off. You don't need to even do it at the same time as your shooting attack. You can shoot, you can do some other stuff, come back to it. Based on a roll of 1, I think you do like D6 damage to yourself. On a roll of a 2, you do 2d3 mortal wounds to your opponent. On a roll of a 6, I think it's 2d6 mortal wounds. Insane. And he's got 3 of them. And they are just mortal wound bombs for his entire army, basically. Crazy.
Sounds like he was cheating to me.
Maybe, but I did look up the rules for it. It was pretty nonsense because it's just mortal wounds. Right, he's got Caldor Drago. He's got a 5-man Terminator squad. He's got a 5-man Strike squad. They're his 2 battle line units. He's got 2 Nemesis Dreadnoughts with incinerators and psi cannons and great hammers. He's got 2 5-man Paladin squads. No, sorry, he's got 3 5-man Paladin squads. All with psi cannons basically in there, and then he's got a Calidus assassin. Basically, the way the gimmick for his army works is the detachment rule is 3 units at the end of every one of my turns he can pick up off the board, put them into reserve, and they can teleport back in on the start of his turn, much like Calidus assassin. So he can do that in addition to the Calidus assassin. He's got a ton of shooting. So basically, the whole point of him is to basically avoid combat with me and just shoot at me, and then mortal wound me to death with his psychic ability. So very strong and difficult to deal with. And I think Khal Drago once per game can do a once per game 3-inch deep strike onto an objective, but can't charge, but can still shoot and do all of that stuff. So yeah. Really tough to deal with. You're on a great board, the kind of rusty Cities of Death board. That was the first game on that. So yeah, it was just an uphill struggle. I managed to kill the 2 Dreadknights. I think I killed a couple of other units, but it was a real battle to do well, because he's just got so much movement, because everything can redeploy every turn. Basically, this is where I had once again the captain and the shield guys just sat on an objective doing nothing, and it was only in the very last turn did he bother to send anyone over to deal with it. But I couldn't come off of it, and I couldn't make it sticky and come off of it, because he would just put his units on it at some point. So yeah,
scandalous. I
know. It was just a point where I was like, I just don't physically know how to deal with this. Oh, and every single unit, one unit per turn, if you end within 9 inches of it, he can put them in reserve. For a CP, it's like stratagem, which he did. He might have done it, but he was very kind. He basically, every time I ended a move within 9, he would say, I can pick it up. Do you want to do it? So basically, he forced me to do 9-inch charges constantly. We had some really fun moments, and there was a few times where I did something. He was like, oh my God, that was really good. Like, I can't believe you did that. Like, sort of like falling back and, charging around some of his units to get to some other units. I did some sort of shenanigans with my Blade Champion at one point when he was just on his own, because the unit he was with was destroyed, and I managed to sort of sneak just onto his objective to sort of force him to either stay there and be charged by him and shot at by some other stuff. Oh, that was it, because I did a stratagem for fall back and charge, and he was like, he was like, well, I can stay there because I'm on the objective, and he was like, yeah, but I'm also on it as well. So if he wanted to do his CP disappear into the ether, I would be on the objective, because he didn't think I would be, and I was like, yeah, I've just snuck onto it. So there's some fun moments like that, but yes, ultimately I got hammered, sadly. So that was, again, I got another 60 points, so I'm nothing if not consistent, but he got 93, so he did very well.
I mean, I can't lie to you, Phil. The way you just described it there sounded very kind of almost passive-aggressive on his part. Like, like it was almost like giving you a nice little bit of pity encouragement every now and again. Like, oh, you're doing well. You're doing well.
Maybe that's the American charm. That's how they do it. I don't know.
That's what they do. Absolutely. They hit you with that false hope, as it were. You're like, oh, cheers. Tell me I'm good. Good, lovely. But no, sincerely, pal. I mean, at the end of the day, it sounds like a very tough matchup for you, like having that consistent mortal wound output. Obviously, that is in itself something that is quite punishing, especially when you don't have the Custodes build that gets the ward saves against the feel no pains against.
I can get it, but it costs a CP. So I think occasionally, if I had a CP, I would have it. And I think I just struggled in all my games going, I don't have enough CP. You get one per turn. Quite often I would use it for something, completely forgetting about the mortal wounds that are coming later on. And then I was like, oh God, there was definitely 1 or 2 turns where I kicked myself for spending my CP. And I think probably having spoken to a guy called Chris at the end of the event, he was like, I always just try and do for the first few turns one of the secondaries and always ditch the other one to gain an extra CP. And I think that's probably generally a good tactic for the first few turns, just so you've got a bit more CP in the tank to do the cool stuff that you actually want to do in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of logical sense, right? That you ultimately, try and manage that economy. And again, when you're used to playing AOS as you are currently, that kind of resource that CP is in AOS, it's a very different mini game in 40k. It's almost like you have to play the army as if you don't have the resource, and then it's very much about it's about using it when it's essential or when it's necessary, as opposed to, I mean, obviously the best players probably have the ability to do both, where they're able to strategize when they need to use it and when they don't. But yeah, I always when I play 40k, I'm doing one of two things. I'm either taking a Calgar or an Altark or something that gives me CP generation. Or I'm taking captains or other things that allow me to use stratagems at a discount. I'm just not planning on using it at all. Yeah,
I think if it was my turn, I was probably going to do a fullback shoot and charge. And then if it was their turn, I was probably going to save it for a defensive one, like the feel no pain for devil wounds, basically. There are some other good ones. There's like -1 to hit in combat, but to do that, you've got to be on an objective and controlling it. So, which does sometimes come off, but is actually really rare to be in that position, because if you're in combat with something, they're often outscoring you on that objective because you've just got so few models. I found, which was often the problem. But occasionally it did come in and it was great. Quite often I'd just be like, I'd actually take cover just because it's, if it's -1 or 2 AP, it's probably worth doing, because then you're still on your 2-up save, or maybe you're rolling on 3s, especially if it's 2 damaged weapons. So there were times where I just do that, because it's like you're trying to keep as many of those men alive as possible.
No, for sure. So 2 losses in, not feeling the best. Game 3 is coming around the corner. It seems to me, Phil, like what you're crying out for is some kind of squishy opponent, something that you can get stuck into and, ultimately, squish to pulp in your bare custody hands. So were you gifted with such an opponent? Did you have the opportunity to, slice through some fragile flesh?
I did this time, yeah. So I was playing Arthur, otherwise known as White Slan. I think that's his nickname. He quite often is in the chat, like the live chats for Pardo's streams and stuff that he does. So that's where I recognise the name from. He was running this gorgeous Elder army, a commission army. Really lovely chap from London. He had Elder. He was running Craft Worlds. Well, it says Craft Worlds. It was basically a Harlequin army. He had a Solitaire. It's his epic hero. He had 3 Death Jesters, 3 Shadow Seers, 2 Troop Masters. Then for infantry, he had 6 troop units with 6-star weavers, and then 3 void weavers on top of that with a prismatic cannon. So just lots of as a guard player, my worst nightmare. is lots of, especially in older editions where they'd be like -1 to hit all of those transports and stuff. They would always be a real pain.
Yeah.
So yeah, he had a lot of stuff. The Death Jesters are really brutal in shooting. I think they also had precision and it was a real annoyance to some of my characters, or just shooting my units. Because like turn 1, basically turn 1 and 2, and I think even 3, I just kept drawing action secondaries, and it's like, and the primary mission was also an action as well, because you could can't remember what the term was. You could like do an action on an objective and you would score it every single turn. So it was quite important to get those every early on, basically. And I think I mentioned it with just 2 throughout the course of the game. But I was greedy and I tried to do it on 4 in turn 1 because I did one with the Calidus Assassin because I'd put it on there. Via the infiltrator rule, which I'd forgot for the first few games. Basically, Toke had mentioned that which is our buddy who also plays Krieg, he mentioned they can infiltrate, and I was like, oh, I didn't realise that. So I did it that one, so it started on an objective. I then managed to move my bikes up onto another objective turn 1, again, because I was going first, do the action on that, so it wasn't shooting, but could then be shot at by the Death Jesters. And again, as with every other game so far, the bikes and the captain just got murdered turn 1. So I ended up only doing 2 of those actions on the objectives in turn 1, and the other 2 died because the Calidus Assassin got killed by the Solitaire. The second turn, I again drew loads of action cards, so I was trying to do them. So weirdly, I wasn't killing that much. I was only doing a little bit here and there. With like some of the fighting in the central objective. And then turn 3, I got more action cards, and I was just like, no, I've had enough. Forget about the secondaries. I'm just charging in, and I just like decimated half his army in combat because by that time we were so close to each other. And that really swung the game. I was also slightly ahead on points as well at that point. So I was like, oh, actually, I don't need to worry about secondaries. So I sort of, had a really great turn, smashed him up, and then he was on sort of the back foot for the rest of the game. Really lovely opponent. It was actually still quite a close game, even down to the wire. So I got 87 points. He got 79.
Wow.
So I only won it by, 8 points. So
Blimey.
Close. But it was a win.
You made the right strategy there.
Exactly. I mean, I probably should have turn 1 or 2. I think a problem with turn 1 going first, because we were doing corners, I was just too far away to do anything turn 1 anyway. So, and, I slowly got closer and closer. Yeah, that turn 3 I managed to kill, because his 3 Death Jesters were on a building in basically near the middle of the board. I just killed them in combat from one unit with the Blade Champion, basically. I don't think the Blade Champion even needs to swing. The Guardian guys themselves just wiped them out with ease. Had a few turns just having to deal with bikes and stuff. It was a really fun game. I really enjoyed it, and he was a really lovely chap.
Amazing, mate. That sounds really good. I mean, at the end of the day, a pick-me-up. You got to win. You didn't finish the day totally, down and out. You're 2-1.
Exactly. Fun fact, we did game 1 was on Friday, game 2 and 3 was on Saturday, so they were quite long. There was always stuff to do in between the games. You could have long lunches, so it was a bit more casual. We weren't squeezing in 3 games into the day, which was nice, actually. I also, really nice. Every single game got to turn 5 with ease. It was really good. I'm no longer Captain Slow. There were other people there that didn't get to turn, 4 and 5. Whereas I, with my efficiently optimized low model count army, got through all my turns, which was good.
That's fair. Well done,
so it was nice. And that's what you need. You just need, poorly optimized but low model count army, basically.
That's it. That's the new meta. So you've faced up against Custodians. You've got Grey Knights. Just had a good round facing up against a highly mobile, but ultimately quite killable. Army in the form of the Harlequins. Coming into the Sunday, game 4, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself of the potential options. You're definitely guaranteed to get something equally as squishy and fighty and fun. But what was it that you found yourself facing up against on the Sunday morning?
It was Glenn and his Imperial Knights. Which was a nice
Oh,
army.
dear.
It was, I was a bit worried about this one because I was like, oh my God, knights. He's English chap, but lives in Gibraltar for the last year or so. In terms of where he's been, he was actually just living up the hill basically. He had the Noble Lance. He had Canis Rex, who I can contest is an absolute beast in both shooting and combat. His weapons are pretty insane, which is funny because I've always remembered every edition he's just been laughably bad. And no one would ever take him. But now he's actually really good.
Everyone has him in like most armies. Yeah, he's very good.
He also has your favourite combo, which is the Knight Castellan, which has got the Plasma Decimator and the Volcano Lance with the Mysterious Guardian enhancement, which means you can disappear off the table and come back on deep striking anywhere you want. So, that happened to me in the game because this was where I changed things up and I was like, I'm just going to leave the bike captain on his own on the home objective. So it frees my bikes up to do other stuff. What that other stuff meant was they just got killed turn one without the captain dying. But at least that also freed up my sword and shield guys to go off and do stuff as well because they're not stuck on an objective anymore. But it did bait him with the Castellan to disappear off. He had he had 3 Helvrins with the autocannons and then 2 of the Armiger Warglaves, which are the melter gun chainswords. Then he had a squad of the Navy Breachers, which could also deep strike, and they appeared with the Castellan onto my home objective. And then he also had the Vindicari Assassin to try and take some pot shots at some of my characters. Which turn 1 he rolled a 1 to hit, which was quite funny.
That is how it goes with Vindicare Assassins. I'm afraid they may have 101 rules for sniping you, but for some reason they don't re-roll the hit. What a treat, eh?
Yes, yeah, that was quite thankful. It was a good game. Once again, I got turn 1, so I had to, try and do some charges in. I think actually turn 1 I was too far away, so I just positioned myself up onto some objectives, did some actions. He took some shots at me. The Helvrins were pretty good at shooting, but I was again on the Cities of Death board, so it wasn't too bad because there was a lot of line of sight blocking, which helped. And then I think in my turn 2 I managed to charge in and kill 3 of his Helvrins. With a bunch of different units, which was quite cool. It sort of felt like it turned the tide of the battle quite early on, but actually it was still quite, it felt quite neck and neck for the first few turns. I'd managed to, deep strike my Kaiser's Assassin into his backfield to score some objectives. I deep struck my Terminators down to try and get his home objective, which he then tank shocked with Canis Rex. And then basically, so every person, we get like a dog tag when we go to the event, and you can trade that in or trade one of the dog tags in for a free CP. So I did that to stop 1.5 of my Terminators from dying from that tank shock to get the feel no pain. So I resisted the tank shock because I made all my saves, so they stayed alive, which was great. But then Canis did the like devastating wounds, which are like 9 damage each in combat, just from the combat swings, and he rolled 3 6s in combat, so he just killed them from that anyway. So I was like, oh, that extra CP I did, maybe I should have saved it for this. But to be fair, trying to roll, what would that been, like 30 odd 4-ups, I don't think would have happened. So yeah, they got completely squelched. And like I said, the Castellan came off the board, came onto my home objective with the Imperial Navy Breachers. Both failed their charges, so my warlord was on there on his own. And then basically I had deep struck my belly gun guys with the Pythite Spears down with him to hold that objective. Then they charged in, and then I think it was over 3 turns of combat, killed the Breachers and the Castellan Knight in combat. Just took a long time to do. Weirdly, the Breachers lasted longer because I just had my captain in combat with them, and I just rolled terrible for my attacks for 3 turns. But eventually I killed them. But yeah, that game ended with a 77 victory to me and then 29 to Glenn.
Oof. To be fair, once Custodians get into Imperial Knights, and I've played that match a good few times, once Custodians get in, they don't struggle.
Yeah, well, you're just doing your lethal hits on 5s, and that corresponds to auto wounding, and then you're -2 in combat. And they're mostly, with the exception of really big ones, they've got a 3-up save. They don't have an invuln, so they've got a 5-up save or maybe a 6-up save if it's depending on what you've got. And then you're doing on average 2 or 3 damage. And each guy on average has 5 attacks each. So you're doing like, here's 25 attacks. 5s are auto wounding. And it's a lot to deal with basically. So I think, he also admitted afterwards that he just likes to play really aggressive and probably shouldn't, because it's like, you've got a brilliant shooting army. Don't put yourself in charge range with me. And he, because it was a city sort of board, he sort of mood blocked himself with the Helvrins, whereas personally I would have put Canister X up front and just charged him in rather than having the Helvrins as a screen. I think personally that would have been something he could have changed up, and then kept the Helvrins back basically as much as possible. But yeah, so it was a fun game though. He's a really great chap. It was, I mean, they all are, let's be honest. But it was a good game.
Wow, except you.
No, I'm the awful one. I know.
Exactly.
I never win the favourite game votes.
That's it. Fabulous. Well, there we go. So, riding high, 2-2.
I know, teetering on the edge of a 3-2 potentially. I was like, it could happen. I could redeem myself slightly. I could.
Positive percentile. It's got to happen, Phil. But what did you face? Game 5?
It's nice when it does happen. Yeah, but who I faced was yet another Custodes player. Again, with a more optimized list than I had. This guy's Tony. I believe he's from Manchester. Yeah, again, really lovely chap, really lovely army. One of his models is sculpted by Ampharius, Barry Watkins. And then a lot of his own models are sculpted by himself because he's been on Barry's sculpting course. So yeah, gorgeous army, really well painted. The list was a lot more tooled up, I would say, than mine. So he had a Blade Champion with the Ignores cover ability. He's got a Shield Captain with the +2 wounds. And then he's got Trajan as well. So, he's a big boy. He's got 2 5-man squads of Custodian Guard. He's got the 3-man Games Workshop Terminators. He's got 2 of the Kaleidos Grav tanks, which is like, the optimal Forge World Custodes vehicle, because their shooting is really good. It's just like high damage. I think it's D6 +2 damage each one, but I think it's only 4 shots. But I think it gets to reroll it's either to hit or to wound. So yeah, they were just mulching through my guys. He had a squad of 5-man squad of Wardens. He had 2 squads of Witch Seekers, one with Flamers. Actually, no, both with Flamers, in fact. And then a Kalados Assassin, because that's the go-to that everyone pretty much has if you're an Imperium player. So yeah, really good list. Actually, this was the only game where I didn't have to go first, so he got to go first. We were on a lovely ice field terrain. He moved up, but still sort of not too far to make my charges particularly easy. He sort of deliberately stayed out of the central objectives because there were 3 objectives across the middle, because we were doing hammer and anvil sort of style, sort of long ways basically. I managed to get a couple of charges off in my turn, though. I charged my Wardens and Blade Champion into his Guardian squad with Trajan. He popped off the 4 no pain, so 4+ feel no pain ability for the Wardens. He also popped off the ability for Trajan to do 12 attacks, because he was like, well, he's going to survive. He's going to swing back and hurt you. But basically, based on how I rolled really well and he rolled really badly, especially for the 4+ feel no pains, I killed all the squad And I also killed Trajan as well because he failed all his 5-up, feel no pains.
Oh my
I think
God.
he really wasn't expecting that. I think slightly irked, but I would be too in that position because you're like, well, he's got some, he's just got like a bunch of 5-ups to make, and he didn't make any of them. That was the thing.
Wow.
He just rolled very badly for that, and I had rolled very good for my attacks. So I was like, oh, okay, I feel like I'm on a winner here. But then in his turn, his squad of Guardians that were fresh just around the corner, hanging out on another object, just charged into that squad and wiped them out, all except the the Blade Champion. Basically, what happened is if it was my turn, I was charging into something and killing one of his Guardian units. If it was his turn, he was charging into one and killing one of mine. It was a real sort of tit-for-tat ability throughout. But obviously he had the tanks, which were just shooting at my stuff as well. He had his Witch Seekers, which was sort of sat on objectives. So I teleported my Terminator and belly gun guys into his backfield to try and deal with one of the tanks. They both failed their charge, so they were just sort of sat around for a bit. He had spent his dog tag CP to tank shock my Blade Champion that was on his own. He rolled 11 dice because that's its toughness. Didn't get a single 5-up. He obviously didn't do any damage in combat because it's a bit rubbish, and then I just killed it because that's what the Blade Champion did. Or maybe I whittled it down that turn and then killed it the following turn. It was one of the two, but yeah, the Blade Champion sorted that tank out. But basically, I was on the back foot constantly. He just had more models on more objectives, and I really struggled with the primary. And my secondary cards were a bit rubbish as well, to be honest, a lot of the time. He had deep struck his Terminators down into my backfield to kill my captain on the bike because he was babysitting that objective. And he did that with the Calidus Assassin as well. And then I was tempted to charge in the captain to the Calidus so I could kill a unit because I got no prisoners that turn. But he pointed out that the Calidus Assassin has fights first, and I think I only had 1 or maybe 2 wounds left on my shield captain. So I was like, oh, fine, I'll try and charge the Terminator squad. Yeah. I managed to kill one of them, but then he died. And then I also teleport shunted my Terminators over there to deal with his Terminators that were now on my objective, and they failed their charge, and that was like the game, basically. He ran away with that. It was 91 points to 60, but again, I got another 60 points, so I'm consistent.
Yeah, it's not a runaway necessarily, but it is obviously a win.
Yeah, no, it was a big win. It was very well played. There was some really great moments in that one, though. It was a great game to end it on.
Amazing. So, yeah, all right. Well, fair enough. So you got 3 losses, 2 wins.
Yeah.
How'd you do overall? What was? I mean, not that it necessarily seems relevant, but I mean, did you finish? I suppose you would have finished in a lower percentile.
Yeah,
at that point?
Sort of right in the centre. So out of 26 players, I placed 14th, and I was top of the 2 wins free brackets. Because I guess I was just quite consistent on points, basically.
You won the tallest dwarf competition.
Yes, the best of the worst.
But obviously, as we said very time ago now, we said at the start, you did get an award for your Army, an SN award, which is relatively nebulous, but ultimately it's a recognition of just your general kind of hobby aptitude, spirit, etc. Right? You embodied the principles of SN.
Sort of what the army, what they were. So it's an award for the army. It's voted on by the SN team. So they all do they all vote and they score, and there's like a collection of all the votes combined. 5 people win the award each time. So it's not just a one person wins, because I think there's so many great armies. They want to acknowledge that there's, really great armies out there and they can't just pick one. But it's basically a mixture of like theme, composition, painting, conversion, consistent basing, an overall sort of thought put into the army. it isn't just a painting award. It isn't just the best converted one. It's like a kind of combination of all of those things together.
And does this SN award afford you the ability to return should they ever do a 40k event again?
I mean, it used to. Pardo didn't mention anything this time. I need to ask him and check. So if there is an event, if I could come to it, or if there's a heresy event next year, if I could use it to transfer across to that, if I've got enough armies, because I would quite like to do the heresy event for sure with the Thunder Warriors, because they're like on brand for heresy. So maybe, I don't know for sure is the answer for that, but it was really nice to get the award. I was the last one of the 5 to get it, so I was sweating a bit in terms of, oh my God, am I not going to win anything? And then I got it, so I'm, super pleased about that, basically.
Hey, no, as you should be. I mean, again, look, at the end of the day, we all know that your army, as we sort of said a while ago now, was poorly optimized for winning games of 40k, but it really stands out in terms of its quality. And again, looking at your photography, there's obviously some exceptional competition in terms of the quality that is on display. So yeah, I mean, obviously at the end of the day, mate, regardless of the gaming result, you should be really proud of hitting the deadline and getting those Thunder Warriors done. You've really developed and created a very robust collection of Imperial forces now within the realm of 40k. You've got your Krieg, your Minotaurs, your various Inquisition units, and now obviously your Thunder Warriors. So I suppose, yeah, I mean, if they were to do another SN, because one of the things that's interesting is that weirdly, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, your Minotaurs are basically the only army that you've not used at an SN event.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, there was the intention that you were going to take Minotaurs. Do you feel like maybe that's a project that you're looking to revisit now, or is it just...
Well, yes, in part because it'd be great to take to No Tree. I think I applied with them 1 year and didn't get in, but I also acknowledged that I was quite low on points, and I was like, I need to do a bunch of units, and I think I might have said, I'm not sure if I'll get them done in time, but I would like to apply with them. I saw because you can apply with multiple armies, or you used to be able to. So it was like, here's my Krieg, here's my Minotaurs. So maybe if I put a bit more work and got them in, I could do. Partly, I'd also quite like to do more of my Minotaurs because I've been playing Space Marine 2. So I'm a bit encouraged back into Space Marines are cool. But also, so there's something that you can win. So if you win 3 SN awards, you can win the Trident, which is just an acknowledgement that you've won that award 3 times and that you're, a great hobbyist, I guess. So I think 2 or 3 people have ever done that, and Sebastian this time won it because he's won 3. Well, he'd won 2 previously and then won 1 this year as well. So that's great. So part of me was like, oh, it'd be great to aim for that. But
it'd be really great.
I don't think you could ever win an award with the same army, so it would have to be a completely different one, which would be the next logical one would be my Minotaurs. I don't know if they would necessarily win based on, I think they're reasonably well painted, but as you said, they're not particularly flashy, and a lot of conversions on them are so subtle you wouldn't notice that they're there. So if I was to do more to it, I would have to do more flashy conversions. I have done some like my Blade Guard, for example, but I've not painted them up. I'd have to do stuff like that really sort of stand out and interesting to have even a chance of winning that award again.
Yeah, but I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? It's, something to aspire to. And
for sure.
Again, hopefully you have many years ahead of you to, potentially pursue that, be it within Heresy or future 40k events. But yeah, mate, honestly, I think, sincerely, genuinely, gaming results notwithstanding, again, we've covered the event and what it entails. It is obviously very premium. It looks good in that regard, and obviously the people who go have good attitudes and bring great-looking armies. So there's lots of really great things that you can say about it. Yes, it is a bit frustrating for those who aren't able to get in, and maybe there isn't enough feedback or enough kind of guidance in terms of how it is that you go about qualifying. But it does seem like, if you are fortunate enough to get in, that the struggle is worth it, and that, again, if you can afford all of it, it's a worthwhile, weekend of wargaming that, creates a lot of very meaningful, connections with people who share a passion for all of this silly nonsense that we love so much. So, yeah, I mean, it's really great to see, mate. And, at the end of the day, 2 wins with that army, truthfully, is a really big result, because that army, again, I know it sounds cruel to say it, but that army is terrible.
I think it probably Custodes struggle on things like secondaries anyway, but without taking any sisters whatsoever, or Imperial agents, which is probably one way of bolstering the units up in maybe a more thematic way. It's a real struggle, basically. It was a lack of just units to even be on all the objectives. And, to be honest, they don't have a lot of staying power, I found. It's like some games, yeah, sure, they did, but actually you need to roll 4-ups, right? And if you're not doing that, they're just dying by the bucket load, because most things, at least in the armies I thought, all had 2+ damage. Very few things are just doing 1 damage to you. And then it's quite easy. You're not far off of the Custodes dying. The other more experienced Custodes players were often like, the Terminators and the bikes need like extra toughness, extra wounds. They just need something to give them a bit more staying power for some of those units. And what was funny, actually, is even though the bikes are roundly criticised by the Custodes player base as like one of the worst units in the army as it currently stands, I think all but one of the Custodes players had the bike, or maybe it was 2. I think most of them had the bikes, basically. The bikes was a popular choice because people just took them because they like them, or they like the conversions that they've done for them.
Yeah, they do add a good level of utility. They're mobile. They give you a little bit of speed. It's not a bad thing. It's just, ultimately, in like hardcore game terms, not the best, but ultimately in the context of what you're doing, perfectly acceptable. Brilliant. Well, there we go. Any closing statement, Phil, on SN No Retreat before we transition out?
Yeah, well, obviously, I really enjoyed the event. I've been 5 times now, so I could be seen as an addict. But every time I've been, it's always gotten better, and this one was, no exception. It was definitely the best I had at a gaming event. It's nice to meet people that you followed on Instagram, for example, for a long time, and you've never met in person, because it's got that kind of cool international vibe that people come from all over the place. But also it was a nice sort of bookend to this army, and an encouragement for me finishing it off, because like I said, I wouldn't have done it for another few years otherwise. And I've started the project like at least 3 years ago. So it's nice to kind of get at least this portion of the army done, a full 2,000 points finished and done and dusted, and go to an event and play it and have loads of people like compliment me on the army. That sort of made all the effort worthwhile, I think, and I really appreciated that. It was really good. I enjoyed it, had a good time, and I absolutely loved playing the army, even though it wasn't that great in some of my games.
What more can you say? Transitional noise. Hello, listeners of Lookout Sir. We're talking about Mike_Mini Workshop, our 5-star review contributor, and their Instagram account that we're encouraging you to go check out. Mike_Mini Workshop has, it's fair to say, an eclectic mixture of all very nice looking miniatures, but he was mean about the outro music, so I'm just going to say from the outset, everything I say that is positive is just me being, a consummate professional and unnecessarily nice. But really, I think this is, some of the worst stuff I've ever seen. And I hate you, Mike. That's right. It's not so nice, is it? Anyway, no, obviously not. It's fair to say, man, like, this is just a really cool selection of miniatures done in a really nice kind of grim, dark style. So if you're looking for someone who loves a lot of weathering powder and ultimately really puts a lot of kind of personality into their miniatures. I think this is a pretty great account to follow because, there's a lot of really versatile and really great kind of quality of miniatures and a variety of styles on display here. I genuinely think that, it's a pretty solid account. And also, there is obviously a bit of respect for the past, the old times, lots and lots of imagery of old books, which is always appreciated. Love an old book, don't we, Phil?
Oh, yeah. No, we do. We love a good shelf collection.
Absolutely. You're more the painter hobbyist collector one here, Phil. What do you reckon of all of this nonsense?
It's pretty impressive. A vast range of models, ranging from Night Lords with Nighthawk minis smushed together. He's got Aurochs. He's got a very well painted contrast Necron army, which contrast and Necrons you wouldn't think would go well together. I'm assuming it's contrast. It looks like it. But I could be wrong. He's got.
It does have contrast qualities to it.
Yeah,
you can see that kind of.
But I like that sort of,
as it were.
Yeah, I like it. It's a nice way of doing transition because it's sort of like a white bone armor color. He's got Black Templars with a lot of white in, so maybe they're some successor of Black Templars. Oh, for his Knights Templar, it's called. He's got very ghostly Soulblight Graveyards, not graveyards, as I always like to say. And even some Steel Legion I saw in there. So, a vast collection of different minis. Nicely painted, some cool conversion ideas. As you say, lots of cool weathering. The Space Marines are very grimdark-esque, I would say. So I appreciate that. It's very cool.
No, I agree, man. There's not really much more to say other than you should totally check out the account. It's definitely got some really great stuff in it, and certainly something worth taking a look at. I really like a lot of the paint jobs on display here. I'm actually really impressed by the Blood Knights that he's done for his Soulblight Gravelords. It's always so kind of default for people when painting these, Blood Knights to go for that kind of blood red armor. But to see them do this kind of rusty, almost kind of coppery, but ultimately kind of tinny silver is really cool. I really, really like the color scheme that he's concocted.
It's basically covered in verdigris.
That's the term I couldn't find. Thank you. Yes, verdigris, which is cool. And again, even some of the green stuffing on display is really great to see. Yeah, I genuinely really impressed and look forward to seeing more of Mike _Mini Workshops painting and modelling efforts going forwards. Myself, Phil, and the Lookout Sir account now follows you. Our eyes are upon you. So, don't let us down is as much as we can say, right, Phil?
Exactly. Keep up the good work.
Absolutely. And in all complete transparency, obviously, I don't hate you for not liking the outro music. In fact, if anything, I actually really, appreciate you because not everyone would be, bold enough to, put that down in writing. And in a way, I need to hear these things because I'll never improve if I'm not challenged on my tyrannical assertions.
Well, fair enough. Are you going to try and leave him your best quality music this time to try and woo him over to you?
I am going to pick a song specifically for Mike that I think will speak to how I feel about them and their, ongoing listening of the Lookout Sir podcast. So this song will be dedicated to Mike and how I feel about them and their support. So, I'm sure they can look forward to that. But for the rest of you, that was that. And now we're going to move on to whatever we do next, which I already know is the outro. But I'd like to pretend that it might be something else because you never know. We could surprise you. It could be like one of those secret tracks you get in those compact discs back in the day that appears between songs. But it won't be because we're far too lazy. So enjoy the outro. Cheers very much, Mike. Check him out on the Instagrams. Anything else, Phil?
No, I'll see you on the other side of the wibbly wobbly noise.
For God's sakes, Phil, it's got a transitional noise. How long have we been doing this?
I know, but I just,
Oh, I see you adding a bit of... you were doing a bit, I apologise. Transitional noise, wibbly wobbly noise.
Hi there, I'm Judy from well-known couple Richard and Judy. When I'm not writing sexy books or getting my toes licked by Richard, well then I'm listening to the Lookout Sir podcast, and I applaud everybody who's doing it too. Richard, come in here and tell me I'm pretty. Richard!
Check it out, yo. Feel the rhythm and the bass mark. Hit many woman comes around trying to test me. 2,000 people on the dance floor. Temperature is rising up.
It's quite unlike us, Phil. Episode 190. It's out of sorts.
And why is that, Dan?
Well, because we didn't really talk about anything Age of Sigmar.
I mean, do you want to talk about some Age of Sigmar now, or do you want to avoid it completely?
I mean, I don't want to avoid it completely, although I can't think of too much to say about it in the current instance, other than the Warhammer Day mini being a really cool Slaves to Darkness, Sorcerer, Lord, whatchamacallit. That's super cool. And really great to see. Obviously, Warhammer Day is on the horizon, Phil. So
well, it's on the day that the episode comes out.
Yeah, have they said they're doing reveals as part of Warhammer Day?
Yes, but pretty much no 40k ones.
Or do you not think they're not going to show one Krieg or one
actually,
Eldar?
No, sorry, it was the last one that because they did some reveals just recently, and they didn't really focus on 40k.
Yeah.
I mean, they might do potentially, but I mean, here's the thing: I suspect the Warhammer Day mini was meant to also be revealed then, and I think that got spoiled and leaked early in some fashion, which is why they've then shown it off. And that is a really cool mini. I do like it, and
I like it a lot.
In the previous segment, I would like to use it in some fashion, but I don't quite know how.
Well, me and Richie are talking about for the January doubles event for Age of Sigmar, rekindling our classic Tzeentch doubles army.
Like a Blue Minis.
Blue Minis, yeah. So I'm going to be rocking Slaves to Darkness because Richie already has Slaves to Darkness, and Richie's going to be using Disciples of Tzeentch. So
surely it makes more sense for Richie to run the Slaves to Darkness he's already got, and then for you just to get Tzeentch or Demons to.
We felt otherwise. He's actually,
you're both doing new armies, basically.
Correct. Yeah, correct. To be fair, he already has the minis as well. Like that's the thing. Like so for him as a Thousand Suns player as well, he already has a copious amount of Tzeentch Demons. So, yeah, he's looking at different lists around that. But I think, this guy will probably form the bedrock of the force. So, I mean, the problem is that Slaves to Darkness will have a new book potentially before the year, but certainly by the doubles event. So, we're going to see, obviously, how that goes. But I have a list based on how the rules are today. Which I think is very achievable, but we'll see what happens as time marches on with that one.
Because they've also done the balance update, so my Nighthaunt have been nerfed slightly.
That's true. There's a topic about Age of Sigmar that I've actually already forgotten about because it was like a week ago. Yeah, we should talk about it really because I think. And not talk about the whole thing because it is a bit bonkers, but obviously you and I are quite faction specialists when it comes to AOS. So yeah, I mean, essentially, you playing an army that has lived at the top end of the meta, and me playing an army that has lived at the bottom of the meta. I think it's quite a nice sort of juxtaposition, if you will. So I mean, yeah, how you found the changes to Nighthaunt?
I think it was mostly okay. It didn't seem too bad. I think there was like one thing that was maybe hit a bit harder than the other. So There's the Death Stalkers, which is a detachment ability, or one of the detachments, but it was the only one that was worth taking. So people were always taking it, which basically allowed your army to advance and charge and fall back and charge, and also not take any damage when you fall back. Because in AOS, if you fall back, you take D3 mortal wounds. I want to say on a 2-up, because that's normally how the D3 mechanic works.
No, it's D3.
Oh, it's definitely D3, so you can even take 1 damage. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Because sometimes you roll a D3, the 1 is nothing, and then, the 2 of the D3 is 2 and the 3 is 3.
Correct. That isn't the case when you fall back.
So now they've changed it, so you pick just 1 unit, and that unit can advance and charge, fall back and charge, and not take any damage. And I think the fact that it's limited to just 1 unit now is still, it's okay, but it's the fallback and charge I'm not too fussed about, because the army can still charge in combat. Even though it's in combat, it can still charge, so it can move around a bit.
Yeah.
It's the fact that the army is an army-wide advance and charging now, which is probably the biggest hit in terms of the nerf, because that was very strong and means you can get a lot of turn 1 charges. Now it means maybe just one thing is getting a turn 1 charge off. And then they made some changes to the season ability to tone that down a bit, because you could pick 1 unit in your general's detachment. You used to get +1 to
hit and wound against everything in your opponent's general's regiment.
Yes, but now for shooting, that's reduced to 12-inch range.
Yep.
And I think that was it in terms of that ability.
I think there was.
I felt like there was maybe one other thing that they did that made it. Oh, it was.
It wasn't that you have to.
It's only against your. I wouldn't say your warlord, and maybe like over body. Yeah, the unit is bodyguarding or something like that. So
yeah.
It can't be against everything in that regiment. It's just ultimately one other unit that in there. So it toned out. So I had sort of plans to do like a big shooter unit as a new addition to the army with that ability to make it quite good. But actually, it's potentially not worth doing now. And maybe I'd be better off just making. If I'm taking that ability, I'll just put it on Hex Race, for example.
Yeah.
Or something like that. So some of the stuff went up in price slightly, which doesn't bother me, because as we said with the Thunder Warriors, it's I don't mind. It's less effort because I've got still more to paint to 2,000 points, because I lost a bunch of stuff because it became free or went to Legends, which is a bit annoying that Warhammer World events, especially when they're casual events, don't allow Legends units, especially when it's in the app and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, great. So that one model or that one unit I spent ages this year painting up to a really nice standard can't be used ever. Thanks. So that's a bit annoying. But yeah, so I've got more to paint up, so I don't mind. Again, it's sort of the efficiency of the models versus the points. I don't mind too much.
Yeah, I suppose for you now, it's just figuring out what it is you want in the force. Obviously, you're going to start with the baseline of everything you've painted, and then figure out what you need to add. Obviously, there's always the option. Well, I say there's always the option. Hopefully, if Sam is okay with it, he'll be happy to lend you them again. Obviously, you didn't damage or destroy them in any meaningful way, so I don't think he has any cause for concern there. But yeah, I suppose for your own sanity, you probably want to try and do it so as you don't need to rely on the generosity of someone else. But
I mean, I might have to again for the November event.
Yeah,
because that's basically a month and a bit away. But I'll try and get at least another unit painted up for that if possible. Yeah. But yeah, I've got enough characters, although they might not be that well optimized with each other based on the new rules. But I just need some more units to either take the hit or do damage. So, like Blade Ghast, for example, or, I've even got some Chain Wasps, which aren't that great, but they're just good bodies to be on objectives, for example. So, I have to see. But I think I just need to do 1 or 2 units at least, and then maybe borrow a unit potentially.
Yeah.
For that event. And then, try and get a decent 2,000 points to play with next year.
Yeah, Nighthorn are in an interesting spot now because obviously losing out on those kind of really amazing abilities army-wide has definitely moved them into a position where they're probably... Because as it was them and the Round Lords.
Lumineth.
Yeah, the Lumineth that were very, very strong.
Lumineth were top, Nighthorn was second, even though everyone complained Nighthorn being top, but I think that's just because they won the first few events, and then Safety to Darkness sort of like a close third.
Yeah.
So they were also doing really well as well.
Yeah, so I think it's looking like now the Round Lords will definitely sit at the top of the pyramid for a while, because with Nighthorn being neutralized or, neutered comparatively, I think, the Round Lords are definitely going to now be sat firmly at the top for a while. Very little has changed to the Round Lords in the grand scheme of things. They've, changed the way some of the endless spells or manifestations work. So that has had a slight impact on how they utilize, say, morbid conjurations, which is still going to be the main manifestation lore for most Realm Lord players. But yeah, like with some of the points changes, other things, and certainly, some of the changes to how the Honor Guard +1 hit and wound system works, they're not quite what they were before as well, but they are a long way from where they have put Nighthorn. So yeah, I'm interested to see how that goes. It's intriguing, isn't it, that both 40k and AOS have an elf problem, or at least start out with an elf problem. In the case of AOS,
star favourites.
That's it. I mean, in the case of AOS, it took them a little while longer to find out, and in a way, the elf situation that they're in isn't quite as egregious as it is a 40k, but it is still very powerful, and that is quite oppressive. So, yeah, hopefully the team will work quickly to address those concerns, because certainly you feel it when you're playing a lower tier army such as Ironjaws. But for me, I'm genuinely really happy with the changes to Ironjaws. I actually think that they really improved them.
Wasn't it mostly... So the points all went down for a lot of stuff, and then did they get a few buffs in terms of rules as well?
Yeah, so, from a points perspective, there wasn't a huge amount of meaningful changes, but the irritating thing was, or the weird thing was, is that Ironjaws were always... Ironjaws struggle from a very weird range and a very one-dimensional play style, and the stuff they added in the expansion only really kind of perpetuated that. Ironjaws don't really have a lot of options to do anything other than get in there and hit hard. But with the range of mobility options that other armies have, they're very good at keeping them away and stopping them from doing what they hope to do. So they're a very easy army to use gaming terminology to kite, to keep at distances and to keep under control. But yeah, they have improved them now to the point that when they do get in, they will hit harder, because essentially you can call a war for every Ironjaws character you have in your army. So in every command phase, you can choose to call a war, and you can do it once per character now. So if you're someone like me who has 5 Ironjaws characters in their army, you can do a war every one of your turns, for example, which does dramatically change the output of the army, because essentially the war is every unit wholly within 18 of the character that is called the war gets +1 to their charge and +1 to their attack. So that, on top of some other benefits, really stacks up, especially when you're utilizing units like brutes, for example, which really are the backbone of the Ironjaws army. So yeah, for me, I like what they've done. Do I think that the army is likely to win events now because of this? No, because the problems are still prevalent, which is mostly mobility based. But they do what they do better than they did before because of it. So, yeah, I think my sincere recommendation, if I could actually have a meaningful conversation with the team at GW, about the changes they need to make to the Ironjawz army, I think my main recommendation to them would be that either the sorcerer, or rather, sorry, the weird knob shaman or the war chanter becomes their lieutenant equivalent. So essentially, I think you should be able to add wizards or priests to detachments that already have existing leaders, because at the moment you kind of want to have those wizards and you kind of want to have those war chanters because of how they amplify your output, but you also want to have those other characters like Gordrak, like the mega boss, to give you other utility. So I think it would be really nice if you could basically go, I've got Gordrak, and then I can take a wizard as a lieutenant-y type option. Similarly, I've got a mega boss and I can take a war chanter, and that would reduce your drops, which would actually help the army a lot, because one of the major issues with the army as it is at the moment is, and certainly how I look at it, in my opinion, the most optimal way to run Ironjawz is to have a lot of characters, but the only way you can do that currently is by having lots of detachments. So my current Ironjawz army that I'm planning on taking to the November event, for the teams event, is 5 characters, which means I'm 5 drops, which means I have no say over whether I'm going first or second ever.
That's a bit mad. Yeah, I'd say the sort of weird mechanic around only certain units can join certain characters to form a detachment is one.
I love that.
I like it in principle, but I think it's very hard to visualize because it's basically just in like a table tucked away somewhere. Like it's not on the data sheet or the war scroll or anything like that. So
the app does make it a lot easier.
Oh, well, yes, but you've got to just find out via trial and error. Like, I want to add this to my army. Okay, I can't add it to this detachment. Or what happens if I add this character? Oh, now I can add them. Like, it's not particularly streamlined. I know it's a bit like the old CAD system, but it's just, I don't know. It doesn't work the way I imagined it would for me so far, but maybe that's because I've just not built enough lists maybe with it to get used to it. But yeah, it's not quite working for me currently.
It's interesting because, like Ironjawz, for example, there's very few things that can't access a large quantity of things. Like there's very few units in Ironjawz that can't go with any character. Whereas if you play Skaven, for example, and I did buy the Skaven book, and I have been mucking around with Skaven lists, there is actually quite a lot of complexity involved in building out Skaven lists and actually being able to take the stuff you want. So if you do take like a Warlock Engineer, they have certain options, but then there are other things that are quite limited in what they can take. So yeah, it has been interesting in the case of like the Skaven for sure. I will say that as well, actually, in terms of the update overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think AOS is in a good place. I think the Realm Lords are going to continue to be a problem, and ultimately, if you're planning on winning a tournament tomorrow, you'll probably want to be playing a Realm Lord army. But if you're just interested in continuing to play interesting, fun, games of a fantasy war game, AOS is in a good spot. And I will say that even when you're playing against the super duper high end optimal, Realm Lord army, player skill and player expression definitely plays more of a part, and I don't feel like I don't feel like the Realm Lords are just plug and play. I don't think a bad player with Realm Lords beats a good player with Magikin 100% of the time. They probably beat them. They're probably brought up by the power of the army, and it's definitely going to be an uphill struggle for that Magikin and Nurgle player, but I think player expression and skill definitely does play a factor in that game in a really meaningful way, which is good. But I was going to say, actually, one of the things that's been really interesting with AOS as well, with the release of the Skaven, has been, because this is new for AOS players. Like, AOS players haven't experienced the weird 40k-ness that we've been dealing with since 9th edition, which is this proposition of, hey, AOS players, here's an app, and it's got everything in it. What a treat. Hey, we've just released a book. Do you know what that means? The thing that you had, we've taken it away. And it's like, what?
Yeah, because the last edition for AOS, it was all free. You could see it all, with the exception of stuff that was locked behind, like a season book. So the Season of Thondia, which was a sort of, I think it was like, I don't want to say precursor to General's Handbook. It was a sort of campaign book that had the Conspine rules in, for example. That was locked content, and so there were a few bits, but that was a very exception to the main rule. I had a fun experience actually. After No Retreat, I was on the plane home. I was like, I'm going to look up some of the Custodes characters, look at their stats, have a think about what ones I might want to kit bash up into new characters, like Trajan and is it Valorous?
Valorous,
yeah.
I was like, I'll just double check their stats.
It's Trajan Valorous, and then you're thinking of not Valdor. What's his name? Valerian?
Valerian sounds right. Or it's somebody and Valerian, because one of them's the sister character, although they're now separate units. Hold on, let's quickly find the Custodes, and then Codex, data sheets. So there's Ilaria, and the guy's name is... Valerian. Okay.
I was right. There we go.
So I was intent on looking up their data sheets. And then, because I'm on a plane, I'm in airplane mode, I can't log into the app. So therefore, every single data sheet that I can see is on my app is locked. I just can't see anything. Unless, of course, it's, on an index, in which case I could see it. But Custodes, because you're offline, you can't see, because the unlocked content is tied to your account, so you have to be signed in. It's not just tied to your app on your phone. So basically, the app doesn't really have an offline mode, is what I'm saying. Unless for some reason it logged me out at the point that I just wanted to view it.
All I can say is on my Android phone, I've just put it in airplane mode. I've just gone into the Custodes section. Or rather, when I logged on, it said, you are not online. And I said, cool, skip it.
That's what I had, and then I couldn't see anything.
By comparison, I can see everything.
Damn it.
I mean, that's not to say...
I can see it. Hold on. Have you, closed down and reset the app?
I will close... I just opened it for the first time, but I will... Hang on. Close down all that stuff. I won't restart the phone because I'll take forever.
See, the images are not...
I've got the can't connect. I'll go with skip. What's a thing I rarely look at that I have the book for? Necrons. Won't have looked at Necrons ever. Data sheets, Annihilation Barge. Yeah, got all the rules. I don't have the photo of the Annihilation Barge, but I do have the rules.
Oh, weird. No, I had that as well. Maybe you need to log out and then go into airplane mode.
Maybe.
I don't know what made it happen, but I was on a flight where I wanted to look at it and I couldn't see them.
Well, fair.
That was my issue.
It's because you're one of those iPhone fellows, can't be trusted.
Maybe it is just an iPhone issue, but it was a bit frustrating for my flight, so I had to, do something else instead.
Had to look out the window.
No. Well, the flight, on the way over, I managed to watch some Warhammer Plus animations because I had downloaded them because the app allows you to save them. So yes, people, I have resubscribed to Warhammer Plus because basically I wanted that free Inquisitor Mini, which I actually ordered just today because I was like, I'll check and see if it's been a month, and it has been. So I have. Because I thought it was really cool, and that basically tipped me over the edge to resubscribing. I'm
annoyed that the Cities of Sigmar minis aren't better. They are really cool, and I like them, but not enough that I'm going to pay to have them. You're always going to be. I genuinely don't know anyone who's not going to be prioritizing buying that Inquisitor or getting that Inquisitor over those Cities of Sigmar minis.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Cities player or you want to, I think there's a lot of conversion potential as well. So I could see people doing it for that reason. But yeah, for me, the Inquisitor was too good an opportunity to not miss, even though it's so unique and interesting because it's got the little character with the sort of almost
the IP
sound.
infringement xenomorph man.
Yeah, which is quite,
Gimp.
were quite well timed for when the was it Romulus came out. That model dropped. Yeah. No spoilers. I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, the mini looks gorgeous, and it's got the extra kind of character and the little servo skull. But they won't have any rules, so it's in one hand quite frustrating because I would love this to play this in 40k. Please give us Legends rules for that mini. Just
they'll
do
give
it.
it Legend rules, won't they? Or well, they probably won't. But either
I
way,
mean, if they would have done it by now, and they haven't, which is a bit frustrating. But it is what it is.
You go. It's an Inquisitor. It's a Caluxus assassin. Done.
Maybe, yeah. I think that's the closest visually as to what it would run as.
It may not be on the right size base for a Caluxus assassin, but I mean that's easily remedied. So yeah, but the AOS updates are fine. I think in the grand scheme of things, I just think when it comes to like the app and all that stuff, the AOS players have not been subjected to this kind of business model, and there has been understandable frustration as a result. And I agree. I think it's stupid. I think it's the dumbest decision GW make, and I think ultimately the app is terrible. I've consistently said it. I think for me, I would genuinely appreciate it if, as part of Warhammer Plus, you just got a subscription that gives you everything, regardless of whether you own the books or not. That is worth it. That is worth a subscription cost to be able to use the app and access all the books without owning the physical artifacts. I'm there for that. But this whole code stuff, awful.
Weirdly, I think that method would sell way more Warhammer Plus subscriptions than you would lose from people not buying the books, because people who like books would still buy the books. People who really don't want the books probably aren't buying the books anyway. Maybe some people are buying it just for the code for the app because they want to, and if they're just gamers, maybe they wouldn't buy that book if they don't need to because it's digitally. Like, I haven't taken a Codex or a rule book to an event in a long time because when it comes to actually gaming, I'm enjoying the Games Workshop apps at the moment. I think the AOS one was pretty good. The 40k one's it's all up to date and working now. The update to the AOS one's really good. That it's now got, I can't remember what it's called, but it's the equivalent of the command bunker. So you can now just preview all the rules in like one page without having to tap in to like loads of nested trees and stuff. So that's a nice quality of life update for the AOS one. And while we're on the conversation of apps, have you seen the new Kill Team one? Which I will say it is a bit disappointing because ultimately it's just a PDF reader.
No, I've not actually seen it.
Form.
No, I've not seen it.
So rather than you get all the kind of the freebie rules, but all you're doing is ultimately using it to download the PDFs that are available on the website, and it's just showing it to you. And the formatting's really awful because the formatting is if it's a printed PDF, so you've got a front and a back for your data cards. And those are shown in, a landscape view. So when that's shrunk down to a phone, it takes up like a third of your screen size. But to see that unit, you need to swipe back and forth to see the front and the back, even though there's enough space to fit both of those on that one page in terms of your retail screen space. So I think they just need to do some updates to how they're formatting it to show both of those on at least one page. Would update the quality of life of that app as just a reader. It's a bit of a shame. It's ultimately sort of worse than the 40k and AOS ones, and I was expecting it to just be that. And I don't know if it's because it's got too many icons and graphics maybe, so it's sort of fundamentally different to how that sort of base program works in terms of displaying stats and stuff. I don't know, but yeah, I had a quick look at it and I was a bit disappointed, but I'm not a Kill Team player, so maybe if you're a Kill Team player you think this is great because it's free rules basically at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, I'm not sticking my nose up at free rules for sure, and this is obviously what I'm advocating for in the case of everything, or rather even just the subscription model, but just a lot of the time with the GW apps, I think ever since they introduced it around 9th edition, it's just been increasingly awful in terms of how they've done it. I think the functionality of the 40K and AOS apps now is very good. I mean, AOS has actually been quite privileged because AOS 2 and 3 had really good apps, good apps. And the fourth app, basically the 40K app, is also good, but we're now in that situation where people are being confronted by the fact that, like, if you don't own the book, you don't get access. And that is something that I think, has been very different for AOS, because AOS has always been free to access from a rules perspective. And I think ultimately Games Workshop did a really bad job of reading the room on that one. What I will say, though, is I own that Skaven Battle Tome, and yet again, the quality of Sigmar in terms of the work that's gone into that book really outpaces what 40K is doing at the moment. I know people have a go at 40K for rules and for, design ethos at the moment, myself included. But I think one of the things that's most frustrating about 10th edition 40K to me has been the relative kind of laziness of the way that the 10th edition books have been put together, and how 10th edition 40K books essentially have a paragraph or an extra page of new information in them, and then everything else is verbatim copy paste from the 9th edition codexes. And I think that has been really, really disappointing to behold, because, one of the great things about going back through the old books, even like the 8th, 7th, 6th edition books, is yes, they're telling the same stories, but they're doing it in new and interesting ways and putting new angles and things and telling it from different perspectives. 9th to 10th edition is the first time it's noticeable that they're just copy and pasting big chunks of lore in the 40K setting. And there's a lot of sections within the 40K books where it's just big walls of text, where it's just like, here's a bunch of events in text form with very little actual imagery to support it. Whereas on the AOS side of things, lots of really beautiful artwork, lots of maps, Phil, lots of... It's got a pull out. I should... hang on. I'll pause for 2 seconds. Yeah, so got the book in hand. Like I say, like when you actually go through it, it's got loads of really cool iconography.
Nice diagrams.
Yeah, nice diagrams about the overall kind of structure of it. Like I say, beautiful big kind of double-page spreads of like photography, which is really cool to see. Big fold-outs of maps.
Oh, so, that's impressive.
Yeah, really cool. Lots of really nice artwork. This is the thing with AOS, man. Like, I don't want to sort of like harp on about it all the time, but the thing that I consistently get from AOS, which always kind of draws me in, is there is just this sort of love and attention to detail that goes into it that I just feel like is really absent from 40K at the moment. And yeah, when you've got a book like this Skaven Battle Tome and you go through it, it's like, every page is, it's beautiful artwork with like really cool, interesting new lore and information about how they ascended to being a new chaos god, and like clan iconography. Like nothing is like you open up a 10th edition 40K book and you flip to a page, and as I say, it's just text. And you're like, oh. Yeah,
because it's normally the first half, like the lore section, is just a lot of text with some pictures scattered around. I think what AOS does is it's like it needs to sell and it needs to do well, so they put a lot more love and attention into it, where I think with 40K, they sort of know it will sell well regardless.
Yeah.
So they are, I don't know if it's consciously or like putting less effort into it, or that's like a cost saving or what, but it does feel like that they're not putting the same level of time and energy into those books as the AOS team. And, that just might be a different mindset for the teams, or because it's like AOS just doesn't sell as well and they want it to sell well. So they've got to go the extra mile in on it. And they certainly do. Like it's always great. And, currently also the model ranges is the going the extra mile as well in comparison to 40k. It's like 40k doesn't have the A team at the moment in terms of coming up with the model range.
This is really cool as well. So this is how they give you the lore about the units. So they have really nice, obviously, photography of the actual unit, and then they have a bit of fluff about it. They even throw in nice little bits of artwork. So there's the brain rats there that go with the Storm Fiends. But yeah, then they got really cool photography of like the war engines, and yeah, like they just, and again, like even like illustrations of the different weapons and fluff about what the weapon is and what it does. So yeah, like really cool that they like break down every unit and really break it out as like really interesting insights on what it is and what it does, and presents it in a really interesting way. A critique that I will give is when you get into the rules section, it's strange because, hang on, I'll get to it. Hang on. So you got some big characters that get like pages to themselves, right? That's kind of what you're used to. So,
is it you're going to complain about the sort of weird portrait style, war scrolls where they're like two next to each other? I don't like it, and that's purely because I'm just not used to it.
That's what I'm going to say. It's not that I don't like it; it's just different, because you're used to seeing it in that horizontal.
Yeah, for landscape, there's normally a war scroll taking up the top half of the page, and there's another war scroll taking up the bottom half. But now one is taking up the left side of that page, and then there's one on the right hand side of the page of that sort of A4 page, and then on your double spread you've got another two war scrolls. Yeah, it's a bit odd. I've seen that before. I'm not a huge fan of it myself, but maybe it's more efficient in terms of space for the war scrolls and fits in the pictures in there and stuff, but I personally preferred the previous layout size that they'd had.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. But ultimately, though, all of those things being said, I am legitimately really impressed with this as a artifact, as a thing, and I'm really excited to get the Iron Jaws or potentially Auric War Clans version, and as well as obviously the Gloomspike Gits as well, which is another army I collect. So yeah, I think genuinely as a thing, super nice. It's just I think as nice as it is, I can't pretend that it's not frustrating that they've kind of brought it in and done what they've done to the kind of app as a result, which I think is a bit of a massive letdown, to say the least.
Well, here's the thing. It's just a barrier to entry for new players or existing AOS players that might want to get a new faction. So, for example, if I've been looking at Caradhran Overlords previously, I guess I can now because the index is out for them, but if their battle tome was out, I want to be like, let's read the rules to see if I would even consider liking the play style of that army. I can't look on the official app to see that. I would technically have to go and buy the rules elsewhere, but probably what I would end up doing is reading a review about it or watching someone's lore or gameplay videos on YouTube to try and understand how the army plays. Is it good? Is it bad? Would I even want it? And that's a barrier to entry. Games Workshop should be controlling that narrative, and at the moment they've chosen profit over accessibility, and I think that's a bit of a mistake. Lots of other games companies give their rules for free because ultimately they want to sell money. They want to make money through selling models, but Games Workshop also wants to do both and have their cake and take a nibble at each end, which I think ultimately just hurts the consumer. So I think I understand why they're doing it, and I feel like in a way I sort of feel like they're doing it to drive the Warhammer Plus subscription, but actually they're sort of two separate issues. It's like, because you get one free war scroll, or sorry, one free army for the 40k and for the AOS. So currently for last year, I've just had my one Thunder Warriors list that I've devised and I'm working towards in that app, and I haven't had any other. But now I've obviously got Warhammer Plus, I can update it and add more to it. But it's the issue around the locking of content actually isn't to do with Warhammer Plus. It's just to do with the functionality of that app.
Yeah. I think it's true, though. I remember getting into AOS a couple of years ago, and it was so great to be able to just start experimenting with writing lists and coming up with stuff and having free access to it. And, because that's the thing, when you're coming into it, there are armies that appeal to you, but you want to spend the time and learn about and try and understand what you're going to be able to field. And, like having the free access to that is just super valuable. So,
but also from like a gaming perspective, it's like, oh, cool, I know my opponent's got giants, or I know I'm playing you down. I can be like, cool, what does your Maw Crusher do? I can just search for it in the app. Up it comes. And previously I could read the rules and be like, okay, it's got this many wounds. This is what it does. Is it good? Is it not? I can make that decision in the game.
Yeah.
But now it's like, cool, I can see it's there, but I can't actually access any of it. And it's, for 40k, we've been in a privileged position that we do this podcast, and due to the patrons that support us, have been able to buy all of those codexes. So we've had access to all the rules for 40k. Not that I really ever look up most opponents, but occasionally I will. When I was at No Retreat, I saw the list. I would check out a couple of units from each of my opponents to be like, okay, what does this do? Oh, those Grey Knight Librarians, what do they do? Oh my God, they do lots of mortal wounds. I got to do that from the app, not from, my opponents did tell me, of course, but I also got preemptive knowledge of it before they disclosed it to me, because we had unlocked those codexes in the app, whereas we're not doing that for AOS. It's just, too much to do for what is ultimately a game that isn't the focus of the podcast. So it's a shame that it does get locked, so we get to sort of be a normal punter in that respect, and it's actually quite frustrating.
Yeah, I don't disagree, mate. I think ultimately, hopefully, well, they're not going to change it. They're just going to continue this way. But I think this is the thing. I think AOS 4 is a really good game, but I do think that some of the momentum has gone out from under it, and it has ended up ultimately being a product that continues to appeal to the audience already there. But then at the same time, I ask myself the question is like, why was it that anyone would assume that 40k players, even though we have moved over and are experiencing it, why is it that, GW would even want to kind of take their 40k audience and move them over to AOS necessarily? Like, ultimately they want to attract and bring in a specific audience that enjoy and want to play AOS for what it is, but obviously they want to try and grow that without kind of cannibalizing themselves at the same time. But ultimately, AOS seems like it's in an interesting spot. I really enjoy it. I think it's really good, but I understand that, for a lot of people, it's not Space Marines, it's not 40k, it's not their jam. I will continue to advocate for it because I would love more people to get to experience it because I think it is worth their time. But also, a lot of the time when I have conversations with friends and, people I meet who are, interested in what I have to say about AOS, I'm usually met with the same response, which is, I just don't have time to learn another system. I just don't, I only really can do one, and it's 40k. So it's
I think that's still a valid point. And, having gone back to playing 40k this weekend, it's been a bit of a learning curve, sort of unlearning AOS to an extent to get into the mindset of how 40k plays, because things like engagement range is all different and stuff like that, and just general mechanics. So I did speak to a couple of people about AOS on the weekend, and two of them were like, I'm just not interested in it because of the double turn. And I sort of explained to them that I don't personally think that's an issue in the game anymore because of the changes that they've made. And either that's just an old feeling that they've had from previous editions, and that whatever changes they've done now, they either haven't heard or they don't think it's enough. And it's just the fundamental principles of the double turn that they don't like, basically, which is understandable. And when I heard about 4th edition, I thought they were going to do away with double turn because I still think that that's a thing that puts people off trying the game.
It's so wild, isn't it, though? Because when you're in the game and you play it, the double turn is such an irrelevance. Like, it's not irrelevant. It makes a big difference when it does, but a lot of the time it doesn't. And it's so weird, isn't it? Like, having the benefit, I suppose, of the knowledge that you're like, why are you even worried about that? That's a cool part of the game.
I know, but I think it's just the optics of it. It doesn't sound great,
I
does
get
it?
it.
And when you play 40k, if you think about 40k and you got a double turn against you, you'll be like, well, I'll be wiped off the table.
Yeah, in 40k for sure, but not in AOS. But
but it's a different game, and I think that they were maybe more punishing in the previous editions, and it's still bad when it does happen to you, but it's maybe just not the end of the world.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? At the end of the day, if they want to do it, they will, and that's the reality of it. Ultimately, we're very privileged that we have this opportunity to kind of spread the awareness and joy of it with people, but at the same time, even though we are lucky enough that we get to talk about it and, educate people on it, they still may also decide not to play it, which is totally fine, because at the end of the day, I get it. 40k is still a fun and interesting game to play with your friends. So, long may that continue. But, I see the Blood Angels are finally getting a release date, so we're going to be getting out of the Blood Angels purgatory that many people like myself who bought the Death Company box set have been in the last few weeks, which is we've got a new codex. Can't use it, or the points are all over the place, but we got new rules. Can't wait for this to get fixed.
Yes, so it was funny. One of the players at No Retreat had bought the box at the local games workshop in Gibraltar, and they had mentioned to me like, "Oh, I've got the new codex, but I've tried it in the app and it doesn't recognise the code." And I was like, "I'm pretty sure it's just because it's not on general release yet, so that's why the code doesn't work yet. And if you wait till the codex, the standard codex is actually out, then the code will work." It's a bit odd that the code isn't accepted and just says, hang on a minute, wait a few weeks and the content will appear here. So that's something that should be fixed slightly from a user point of view.
Well, I found it really interesting, and one of the things I will say about it, because I have purchased the Dark Angels Deathwing box, and I've purchased the Blood Angels Death Company box. And in both instances, I'm sat with a book that I may as well not have, because ultimately I have to wait till, a month, 2 months later before it becomes a legal publication.
Well, you can still play it with your friends, right? And
of course,
use the points in the back of the book as even though they're wrong, or most likely wrong.
Exactly. And that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, I totally, absolutely 100% accept that that's something you can do. But even when you are doing it, you're doing it in the knowledge that what you're putting down there is not in alignment with where the game is in terms of current pointing situations. And, as I say, it's just weird. I genuinely feel like, certainly on the app side of things, would it kill GW just to go on the app and go, hey, for now, there's Blood Angel Index, and then there's actual Blood, just have 2 Blood Angels entries. Like, does it matter? I do think they need to solve it, because actually it is quite frustrating. And also, I imagine they just get loads of customer service questions, like your, recently acquired friend who, is trying to redeem the code and not being able to. And it's sort of like, what a weird, unnecessary headache to create for the customer service team, where people are trying to use the service they've paid for and basically being told, oh, well, no, technically that will be available, but you have to wait. So it's like, well, then why sell it to me? If it's
I guess it does make the perk of getting the book early less of a perk if you can't use it in the app, which is ultimately what they're trying to funnel everyone towards using, whether that's as a gaming aid or just, in general. It's a bit of an odd one. But I get it from the tournament point of view, that they don't want people playing in tournaments with a book that not everyone has access to. Yeah, that's totally fair. But as you say, if the rules were free anyway and available in the app, that would be less of an issue, and they could just put it out there and everyone could get them straight away.
Totally.
I mean, although that would be an interesting question, would you allow people to play in a tournament if the rules were available in the Warhammer app, but only if you're a subscriber. So you basically either need to have bought the book or subscribe to the app. Is that enough of a free access to rules to allow in a tournament? Because not everyone would technically be able to still access those rules.
I mean, I'd probably be okay with it, given the fact that currently people can't access the rules anyway for stuff they don't already own. So,
true.
Yeah. But, I'm interested, though. I mean, you know, they haven't announced the combat patrol for Blood Angels yet, so I'll wait for that to come along. Well, I know what it is. It's 2 units of Sandguard, some Assault Intercessors, and a new Blood Angel Captain. But I think I'll wait for that to come out, because I don't like the Sanguinary Guard minis, especially. But, you know, I'm probably in the minority who likes them more than the old ones.
Yeah, I think they will be good Minotaur minis, or at least for chess pieces will 100%. Be, because they've got the simplicity that I want for my Minotaurs, but with the torsos. So they will be just great Assault Intercessors, I think. So
100%, mate.
I'd be quite tempted to get those bits just for that.
I'd run them as, if I were you, I'd look at using them as like the Vanguard vets.
Oh yes, yeah, with the jump packs, right?
Yeah, with the jump packs, yeah.
Because they don't have regular Primaris Vanguard vets yet, do they?
No, they probably won't. They'll probably just get discontinued at some point.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Well, it's likely to happen, but like they'd be pretty good for you on that side of things. But yeah, the combat patrol is 2 of them. Like I say, like. I understand people don't like the Sanguinary Guard because they ain't got the wings and all the rest of it, and I do agree. I think
the wings are there, Dan. They're on the little Illyrians.
Yeah,
the little flaps. Yeah, there's a little design on the flaps, and it's weird because the flaps on the Sanguinary Guard are just too big, whereas weirdly on the Sanguinor they're nice and small, and it actually doesn't look so bad on him.
I don't think I'm buying that Sanguinor mini. I can't see myself picking up. But I'll wait. I'll reserve judgment until I see it in 3 dimensions, and then I might be like, it's not so bad in 3D. I feel like this is probably more a victim of bad photography than necessarily it being an awful mini. Although,
yeah, probably.
Ultimately the result is the same. But yeah, man. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's probably it, I reckon, for an outro. I reckon that'll do for episode 190. A lot of fun was had by all, hopefully.
I know. That means 10 more episodes to go to the big 200, which basically means, 5 months?
Yeah.
On average.
We're doing anything of substance for episode 200, do you think?
God, we got to. I mean, just before we went on air, we were talking about doing an event. Maybe that's what we aim towards.
That's what we shoot for, yeah.
About 5 months, good amount of time. Could be done.
Yeah, I'll figure out the calendar, work it back, because we do take a little bit of a break over Christmas. So, yeah, I'll figure out, and we're actually start planning.
Or we do the one thing that you always want to do, Dan, and that's we record basically at your house, and we do it together there. So we're at least in person, even if it's not live. Although we could do a live stream as well. That'd be another option.
Mate, I would love to start doing this live and in person. Obviously, the distance between us is not insurmountable, but the problem is that it is amplified by the fact that the person with the perfect setup is me, but also the person who can drive is me. So,
yes. So, you've got it all, Dan. Don't rub it in.
I know. So, essentially, what we need is you need to have been the one that had all the stuff, and I needed to be the one who drove, or vice versa.
I know,
as it is, you bring nothing to the table.
I mean, I am thinking about getting a new shed that's bigger, so it might be possible, but obviously not anytime soon.
Mate, I'll be honest, I think it would enhance the overall offering, and I think it would actually lean into making a more kind of streamlined, more socially acceptable show. Because I think
we could do those YouTube-style podcasts where we're sat on nice comfy sofas.
Yeah,
You know, with our sponsored branded drinks that everyone has.
Well,
obviously.
I'm always drinking Liquid Death these days. I've totally fallen into that trap.
I know. Branded water, Dan.
Yeah, I know.
It's not even fizzy, which is mad.
Yes, it is. I've got the sparkling.
Oh, is it?
Look at that, sparkling.
Oh, well, I'll take it all back.
Because I drink sparkling water now because I'm old.
Same.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a product of being old, but for some reason I've grown not to hate it so much over the years. I think it's just a relative sense of indifference. Anyway, there you go. That was episode 190. Thank you so much for listening. You guys are all great. Hopefully you've enjoyed it and are grateful. Be grateful that we finally got around to doing some actual 40k content again after that period of AOS chatter. But I guess we'll see. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.